Good afternoon. It is now 2:33 and I call this meeting to order. Carrie, will you please take roll?
Chair Carvalho.
Here.
Vice Chair Downs.
Here.
Regent Ariscata.
Here.
Regent Boylan.
Here.
Regent Breger.
Here.
Regent Brooks.
Here.
Regent Brown.
Here.
Regent Cruz Crawford. Regent Del Carlo.
Here.
Regent Goodman.
Here.
Regent McMichael.
Here.
Regent Perkins. Regent Tarkanian. You have a quorum present.
Thank you, Carrie. So at this time, I would ask everybody to please rise for the presentation of colors by the University Police Services Northern Command and the Reno Police Department Honor Guard, and remain standing for our national anthem performed on the oboe by incoming UNR Faculty Senate Chair Aaron Hill, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Vice Chair Downs.
You ought to just plug it in and then go home.
Carry colors. Forward, march. Up, left, left, right, left, 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 right, left, 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 right, left. Mark time, march. Detail, halt. Right, face. Post, colors. Ready, face. Present arms. Order, arms. Right, face. Forward, march.
Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. President Sandoval, can you please introduce our special guest who has joined us today to provide the land acknowledgement?
Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, members of the Board of Regents, and Chancellor, for the record, Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, Reno. Daphne M. Hooper is a member of the Walker River Paiute tribe and serves as the Director of Indigenous Relations at the University of Nevada, Reno. Reporting directly to me and serving on our senior leadership team, the Director advises me and senior university leadership on the development of policies relating to Indigenous peoples, providing input on issues relating to Indigenous issues, tribal sovereignty, and government-to-government relationships. She has dedicated her career to public service, serving as the city manager for the city of Fernley for 10 years, the executive director for the Nevada Urban Indians, and is the co-founder of the Nevada Tribal Leadership Development Program. So with that, I present to you Daphne and Hooper. Thank you.
Pijat Tapino, no Daphne Hooper, me nania, no Agai Dakota, Tabusi Dakota, no. So good afternoon. My name is Daphne M. Hooper. I am enrolled with the Walker River Paiute tribe and a descendant of the Arrington Paiute tribe. Today, we just want to acknowledge that the university is situated on the traditional homelands of the Great Basin people, including the Numu, the Nuwa, the Nuwu, and the Washishu people. These lands continue to be a gathering place for Indigenous peoples, and we recognize the deep connections to these places. We extend our appreciation and the opportunity to live and learn on their territory. Pija'a.
Thank you, Daphne. Next, we'll move into introductions and campus updates. So up first is CSN. Dr. McCoy.
Chair Carvalho, Regents, colleagues, and guests, for the record, my name is James McCoy. I serve as the Vice President for Academic Affairs of the College of Southern Nevada. And today I'm honored to be sitting in for President Zaragoza as he takes some much-needed time off as he prepares for retirement. As you know, we are eagerly anticipating the arrival of Dr. William Kibler to our campuses on July 1st to serve as our acting president. Thank you for the opportunity to provide you with some CSN updates today since our last reporting period. First, I'd like to thank Chair Carvalho, Regent Brown, and Regent McMichael, and Regent Del Carlo, Chancellor Charlton, Assemblyman De Silva, and other NSHE representatives for joining us at our 52nd annual commencement ceremony just last month. We awarded more than 4,000 certificates and degrees, including 159 bachelor's degrees and 116 CSN high school students who graduated with degrees from CSN as well as their high school diplomas around the same time. I'd like to acknowledge and congratulate CSN Coyotes coach Nick Giarratano, who was just named the NJCAA Region 18 Coach of the Year. He led the team to the JUCO World Series. You saw that in the news. Again, this year, this is the fourth trip to the World Series for the Coyotes. With an overall record of 53-12, it was the second highest in total in team history. The team won the Scenic West Athletic Conference season title. We won the Region 18 championship, won the Western District Championship, and went 2-2 in the World Series, finishing 5th overall in the country. The student athletes on the team had a combined GPA, get this, 3.39 this year, and all 16 of the sophomores on our team have either decided on their four-year school of choice or are considering several offers from other universities. It's been a phenomenal year for our athletics with the Coyotes, and we congratulate our entire program. Chair, I'd like to briefly highlight a few other elements of good news for us at CSN. In partnership with the Nevada State Public Works, CSN continues to make good progress in utilizing the $4.5 million planning appropriation from the last legislative session to engage in the program planning phase for the first building of the Northwest Campus, a center of excellence for public safety. This will be CSN's first presence in the Northwest area of our community, making closer access to higher education a reality. We were thrilled to join our friends at the City of Las Vegas and Regent Brown, Regent Cruz Crawford, and Chancellor Charlton at the groundbreaking of the historic West Side Education and Training Center. Once open, the 15,000 square foot facility will offer a diverse range of credentialed job training programs in advanced manufacturing, healthcare, technology, and construction trades. After a national search, we're pleased to announce that Mr. Chalua Shea Gant has joined CSN as our new Director of Libraries. He comes to us from the Denver, Colorado area, where he most recently served as the Director for Front Range Community College's Boulder Campus Library and a tremendous resource in the open education resource space. We're also excited to provide 2 additional career technical education programs in one of our rural areas, the Mesquite area. In collaboration with the Regional Workforce Council and community organizations, this fall we'll be offering our medical assisting program and our air conditioning tech program for the very first time in Mesquite, Nevada. CSN's Small Business and Entrepreneur Division has expanded to now include a new program with the City of Henderson called the Henderson Small Business Assistance Program. With the support of Mayor of Henderson and the City Council, CSN, through Nevada Grow, will be providing small business technical assistance to Henderson businesses. The HCBA program complements our existing small business support programs. As you know, these programs are making a tremendous impact within minority and underserved communities and our CSN students, providing economic mobility through innovation and entrepreneurship. Our videography and film program students continue to shine year after year, and this year we have just been nominated for 13 Student Production Emmy Awards, the highest of any college in the entire Pacific Southwest region. Our students have received 123 nominations in film in the last 11 years, and we're looking forward to those winners being announced at a ceremony later this month. 3 talented CSN students represented the college by participating in the prestigious College Band Directors National Association in the prestigious Northwestern Division Conference Intercollegiate Honors Band. The event provided a platform for college and university students to showcase their musical talents and collaborative with outstanding musicians from across the Western United States and Canada. And finally, Regents, I'd like to personally invite you all to our Fall 2024 Convocation and Welcome Back event scheduled for August 19th at our CSN North Las Vegas campus. As you know, this is an annual event, and it's always a lot of fun as we welcome back our faculty, students, and staff to a new academic year. Madam Chair, this concludes CSN's report.
Thank you. Next, President Pollard.
Good afternoon, Regents. Darian Pollard, President, Nevada State University for the record. I want to start by welcoming to our campus our newest dean. She's not here with us today, but I certainly want you to know her, Dr. Bernelle Peltier-Glaze, who started as the dean of our new School of Education on April 1st. Most recently, she served as the interim dean of the College of Education at Texas Southern University. And under her leadership, the Texas Southern University College of Education implemented outreach programs and established new community partnerships that led to a surge of undergraduate and graduate student enrollment. Before that, Dr. Peltier-Glaze served in a myriad of educational leadership positions, including as a Houston K-12 teacher, a school principal, as well as the Texas Southern University Associate Dean and Interim Educational Leadership Department Chair. Her experiences have equipped her with the expertise in budgeting, grant funding, and faculty support that will guide Nevada State University School of Education and its more than 700 students to success. I'd also like to take an opportunity to reintroduce you to our student body president, Kevin Osorio Hernandez, who was recently elected to a second term as he enters his senior year here at Nevada State. He is joined by Ms. Lahana Pierce, the newly elected vice president, who most recently served as sergeant of arms. Congratulations to you all, and I look forward to working with you over the coming year. Similar to my colleagues at CSN, I suspect you'll hear this theme across all of us today. We celebrated our commencement as well, which was uniquely special for us at Nevada State. Not only did it take place on Star Wars Day, which some of us didn't know was a day, May the 4th be with you, which allowed us to inject some fun, creative elements into the ceremony. It was also our first commencement since we officially changed our name from college to university on July 1st of last year. I'm so proud that more than 800 graduates, the second largest graduating class ever, and I know that they're excited about their new names and also that will be on their diplomas this year. With over 300 new nurses, 100 new teachers and speech pathologists, and our first graduating class from our data science program, Nevada State continues to directly address the labor shortages that we're facing throughout our state. We were also excited to award 3 honorary Masters of Education degrees to CSN President Dr. Federico Zaragoza, Kelly Maxwell, CEO of Baby's Bounty, and Raiders President Sandra Douglas Morgan, who now carries the distinct honor of having degrees from all 3 universities in the state of Nevada. She offered an impassioned keynote address, and we were very grateful for the experience. I'd also like to thank Regent Carvalho and Chancellor Charlton for speaking and participating in the program, as well as Regent Brown for her attendance there as well. Our FAFSA enrollments, I want to take a moment to update the board. As you know, that there are issues surrounding the national effort to launch a new FAFSA system to impact colleges and universities across the country, and Nevada State is to no exception. Many students, despite already having completed their FAFSAs, will not receive their offer regarding financial aid until later this summer. The reason I am bringing this to the board's attention, because I think it is an important one from a governance perspective, considering that about 80% of Nevada State students utilize financial assistance, with the majority of those being Pell Grant recipients. We have done everything we can to spread the word about this issue and encourage students and prospective students to talk to our financial aid office if they need help filling out or submitting their applications. Unfortunately, the 3-month delay in the release of the FAFSA, combined with initial access difficulties, has resulted in a 23% decrease in applications at Nevada State as of right now. We're unlikely to recover many of these potential students from the most vulnerable populations, first-generation students, minority students, and low-income students, as they have already taken jobs or otherwise decided to forego or delay higher education. I'm also concerned about how we will be able to communicate with those students. We have been we have a workaround in place, but it is a time and resource intensive process that continues to create delays for our students who have already been disproportionately impacted by larger FAFSA issues. We're working with our colleagues in NSHE to make sure that we can implement a permanent fix when it has been made available, but I think it's important to keep the board updated on this, as I know that you will be expecting us to report on enrollment figures at your next quarterly meeting. As we prepare for the fall semester as well, we're deeply committed to protecting the free speech rights of all members of our college community. In light of the ongoing national discussions and events surrounding free speech on campuses, we are proactively reviewing our institutional policies to ensure they uphold the fundamental values of expression and assembly. As a part of that process, during the first week of the semester, we're starting a training series that will bring in experts in anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and managing difficult classroom conversations to help our faculty and students better engage in respectful discourse. Also, while we haven't had any experience with encampments or protests thus far on our campus, we're proactively examining our guidelines, especially as we approach what is likely to be a volatile election cycle. Our goal is to strike a balance between the rights of individuals to gather and express their views with the need to maintain campus safety and accessibility. And lastly, in that space, we're enhancing our protocols for managing incidents related to free speech to ensure that all voices are heard while potential issues are addressed in a fair and transparent manner. Our approach emphasizes de-escalation, dialogue, and respect for differing perspectives. Over the last 9 months, the Nevada State leadership team with our budget teams has worked hard on the budget development process for the next fiscal year. This comprehensive process involves several key steps to ensure sound fiscal management for our university, including evaluating the current fiscal environment, setting priorities, reviewing revenues and expenditures, and making necessary adjustments to support our mission and unique student body. This week, I am accepting the budget as prepared by the executive team in concert with members of the college community and reviewed by the University Budget Committee and the Faculty Senate. Transparency and accountability have been key throughout this process, and I will be sharing an update on the budget and important steps to securing our financial future with the University Committee next week. To balance our operating budget while honoring our commitment to staff and faculty, we implemented several targeted reductions focused on areas that have been the least impact on our core mission of providing high-quality education and supporting our students. Our executive team members work closely with our budget managers to identify reductions with the least impact on delivering our programs while funding mission-critical priorities, including new emergency lighting to ensure inclusive public safety, equity and reclassification requests, strategic safety training for employees and students, and expanded resources for strategic enrollment. I'd like to end by extending a heartfelt thank you to Dr. Molly Apple, whose term as the Faculty Senate Chair is coming to an end. During her tenure, she served as the primary faculty representative within our shared governance structure and did a phenomenal job. And I look forward to at our next meeting, although he's here now, formally introducing you to the incoming faculty chair. And I'd like to thank each of them for the service that they're providing to the institution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, President Pollard. President Hilgersom.
Good afternoon, Regents, colleagues. I will start with an introduction of our incoming SGA President, Lisha Allison. And if Lisha wants to wave, where is she? There she is. One of the things that's really excited about working with Lisha is she too could be reelected because she is on the path to a bachelor's degree in architecture. And as a reminder, we are the first two-year college, predominantly two-year college in the country that is working toward a fully accredited bachelor degree in architecture, and that process is going very well. And I can't wait to see Lisha graduate from that program. So that's going to be pretty wonderful. So welcome, Lisha, and I know we're going to have a great year. Okay, let's talk a little bit about commencement. A total of 1,280 students earned a total of 1,431 degrees or certificates. That included 35 bachelor's degrees, 1,156 associate degrees, 234 certificates of achievement, 25 degrees earned by dual enrollment ACE high school students, and 55 degrees, that might be a new record, earned by dual enrollment TMCC high school students. And they earned that associate degree a couple of weeks before they graduated, which was yesterday from the high school. Additionally, the class of 2024 is a diverse group, and here are some attributes. 19 international students from Japan, the Philippines, Colombia, Costa Rica, Germany, Korea, Romania, and Thailand. 191 Nevada Promise scholars. That is such a great program. 14 student athletes, 97 veteran students. Our oldest candidate this year is 66 years old. He received, or she, I'm not sure now, an Associate of Fine Arts degree. The youngest candidate, 16 years old, received an Associate of Science degree. Thank you, Chancellor Charlton, for celebrating with us. Thank you, Regent Arascata, for celebrating with us. We really appreciate you. Before I get into our program updates, I would be remiss if I did not mention Operation Battleborn. This very long hike was established by Truckee Meadows Community College and UNLV to honor the 7,000 plus service members who lost their lives in support of the global war on terror. Veterans and their supporters are invited to commemorate the fallen by challenging themselves to carry 7,000 dog tags, each representing those who fell in the global war on terror, over 80 miles from Minden, Nevada to the Veterans Cemetery in Fernley, Nevada. Among the 7,000 dog tags, the names of the 57 fallen Nevadans have been engraved. This year, we had over 60 participants who made the trek in honor of our courageous veterans over Memorial Day weekend. I am grateful to our veterans and to the 60 participants who honored them. Some program updates, lots of good things happening. TMCC has launched a new DETR-funded program called EM STEP, or Emergency Management for Students Training in Emergency Professions. Dieter provided TMCC $500,000 to support student exploration of careers in emergency management fields. When students in eligible certificate programs complete a free workshop, then they qualify for the award, which pays their tuition, fees, and supplies. Our goal is to support over 100 students by December of 2025. Eligible programs include EMT, EMT Advanced, Fire Academy, Emergency Dispatch, Certified Nurse's Aide, Sterile Processing, and Clinical Laboratory Specialist. In partnership with Nevada Works, TMCC welcomed over 100 students into short-term certificate programs during spring of 2024, with their registration fees paid in full by the Good Jobs Northern Nevada Challenge Grant. Over 50 of TMCC's workforce certificate programs are approved for Good Jobs Grant support, and we look forward to continuing this partnership through spring of 2025. On May 23rd, the GoEd Board approved the allocation of $1.125 million from the WIN funds to support TMCC training programs in advanced manufacturing and auto diesel tech. I'm always so grateful to GoEd, the governor's office. This is such an amazing state to work in when it comes to this type of workforce support coming from the governor. This is just incredible. The funds will modernize equipment in support of accelerated early college learning programs that offer industry-driven certifications via TMCC's program pathways. Governor Joe Lombardo said, quote, "With this new funding, we're delivering targeted workforce training to meet the evolving needs of key industries in our state. Nevadans across the state will benefit from this funding and these strategic training programs," and I couldn't agree more. So I'm very, very grateful. TMCC has also begun fielding inquiries from students seeking credit for prior learning via portfolio. I'm very grateful to Vice President Jeff Alexander and Faculty Senate Chair Rick Bullis. I think this will be his last meeting in that role. They've really been working together on credit for prior learning with a team of folks at TMCC. And I hope that this one is something that as a board you keep an eye on, because we're a little bit behind, but I think we're going to very quickly catch up other colleges in the nation who've been leading this effort. And there's just so many great things around credit for prior learning programs that you as a board can help us at the college level shape and direct in the future. In the final case, expert faculty will review portfolios from students with relevant job training or career experience. And if these students have mastered the required learning outcomes, faculty will recommend transcription of the appropriate credits. And we do quite a bit of this with veterans already, with previous military training and education, but this would really expand that. Faculty, or this practice is championed by leading institutions like the City University of New York, the College of Western Idaho, the Front Range Community College in Denver. In 2020, a comprehensive study by WICHE, the Lumina Foundation, and the Center for Adult and Experiential Learning found that awarding credit for prior learning increased successful program completions by 22%. TMCC is proud to lead this effort for NSHE students in Northern Nevada, and we hope that others can learn from our mistakes, because I'm sure we'll have a few hiccups, but we will be very, very excited to give you updates as the next academic year unfolds. And lastly, we had a really wonderful Earth Day in April. I will hold that for the student success presentation, whether or not that happens at this meeting or a meeting that's soon to follow this one. But I will give you a lot more detail on our very successful Earth Day celebrations at TMCC. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, President Hilgersom. Next is President Whitfield.
Thank you, Chair. And for the record, Keith Whitfield, President of UNLV. Let me first start by recognizing our leaders that are here. Shared governance is very important at UNLV, and the additional support, the additional partnership that we have at both the faculty level and student level are critically important. The current Faculty Senate Chair is, of course, Bill Robinson, and the incoming chair, who's also here today, is Debbie Ortega. And from our students, Teresa Marie is going to be the new GPSA chair. I know you'll be surprised that you don't see Nicole Thomas here because she's been such a fixture. And from our CSUN, Alistair Diaz is the incoming chair, and present with us today is Selah Daly, who's the vice president, who's incoming. So thank you all very much for being here. So much has changed at UNLV since our last campus update. Over the past 5 months, every university community member has gone above and beyond their typical professional roles to support our students and our colleagues. In doing so, you all have shown what it really means to be UNLV strong, and I thank you so much for that. In May, UNLV welcomed more than 3,800 newly minted graduates across the commencement stage. And a special thank you to Chancellor Charlton and the Regents and NSHE staff who were able to attend our 3 different graduation ceremonies. Since our first graduating class in 1964, we have now awarded more than 176,000 degrees. And with more than 2/3 of our graduates staying and working in Nevada, I'm very excited to see them enter and thrive in our region's diversifying workforce. Now, speaking of our workforce here in Nevada, and particularly in Southern Nevada, we're celebrating the successful first year of the Step Up and Startup program. This is an initiative funded by the Nevada Governor's Office of Economic Development with programs at UNLV and here at UNR. Our program is housed in the College of Engineering, and it reimburses employers for paid student internships with small tech startups. It has the goal of trying to help startups and to give students real work experience that they can turn into jobs post-graduation. In its inaugural year, UNLV's program provided internships for 50 engineering students and supported 24 local startup tech companies. Another workforce we've been focusing on is teaching. We're in the midst of a teacher shortage nationally and particularly here in Nevada. This is also affecting us at a level locally in Southern Nevada. And the Nevada Forward program, an initiative of the College of Education that offers alternative routes to teachers' licensure for non-teaching professionals, has become the largest teacher apprentice program in the nation, with more than 500 apprentices participating. In addition to the state's first registered apprenticeship program, we've also begun a pre-apprenticeship program with 135 pre-apprentices. These future teachers will be working through the university's required core courses to be eligible for other apprenticeship programs. On the research side of the university, I'm pleased to share that UNLV is continuing to strengthen its position as a world leader in the study of brain health. Dr. Jeffrey Cummings recently received more than $3 million from the Alzheimer Drug Discovery Foundation to develop a biomarker observatory. This is the first of its kind effort that will capture and categorize emerging information on blood tests, brain scans, and digital devices that help diagnose and monitor Alzheimer's disease. Our Oral History Research Center at UNLV Libraries has launched a new project called Game On, the Oral History of Las Vegas Sports. This is in an effort to document the history of athletics in our region, and the team hopes to collect more than 140 oral histories over the next 2 years, with individuals on topics running the gamut from boxing to MMA, to rodeo, to golf, hockey, football, baseball, and more. And talking sports, next month, our Sports Innovation Institute and the University of Syracuse are partnering to host CCON, a conference that merges sports, entertainment, and innovation. And finally, I'd like to give you an update about our Rebel Recovery Program. To help our faculty and staff access mental health services, we created the Rebel Recovery Mental Health Reimbursement Program for employees who have paid for counseling or other mental health services due to the December 6th tragedy. The program seeks to alleviate financial strain and ensure that members of our community can continue to have access to the necessary support for healing and recovery. The program announcement was on May 6th of this year, and we've received nearly 160 reimbursement requests already. In May, University Police Services Detective Nathan Drum, and Officer Damian Garcia were honored by the statewide James D. Hoff Peace Officer Memorial Committee for their swift and heroic actions on December 6th. They were given Officer Survivor plaques in recognition for their actions. And as tokens of our thanks, UNLV presented these courageous officers with the first 2 gratitude coins, which represent my thanks for their actions that day. I also shared these coins with our faculty and staff as a small token of the many thanks for all that they have been doing to continue to support our university community and build us back strong. I would also hope, and I guess I'm looking for a recognition, that you all as Regents should have received a coin. Have you? You'll see one soon. I've got a couple here, but I'll see how many I can give out to you. As we continue on the path to recovery, we are focused as ever on our students and on our success. And I'm incredibly proud of our UNLV community who work so very hard every single day to make our university the best that it can be. Thank you for your time, and that's my report, Chair.
Thank you, President Whitfield. President Talpe.
Hi, good afternoon, Regents, system staff, campus people, and behind me. There is a lot going on at Western Nevada College since the last board meeting, but because this meeting coincides with the end of the academic year, I will briefly share some highlights related to our overall outcomes from the past year. First, we absolutely rocked it with enrollment. Fall semester, 17% enrollment increase. Spring semester, another 12%. We far exceeded our goals that we set for 2025. 2 weeks ago, we celebrated our graduates at 2 ceremonies, one in Carson and one in Fallon. Thanks to Vice Chair Downs, Regents DiCarlo, and Ariscotta for attending. At this year's ceremony, we awarded more degrees and certificates than ever before in the college's history, and we are still counting. Our Jumpstart dual enrollment program was the largest to date, with 168 high school students from 13 Nevada high schools earning a certificate or degree. I think it's still fun to award college degrees to high school students at our commencement 2 or 3 weeks before they walk in their high school graduation. And in one ceremony, we did the college awards 3 agenda items before they actually walked for their high school diploma. It was fun. All of this, from access to success and beyond, was done by all of the faculty and staff at WNC, and I am proud to lead this group. Each of our employees plays a key role in the work we do. And you know how you always want to thank people, but you always forget people? So I would like to thank each of them by name, but I know there isn't definitely not time in this meeting to thank everybody by name, so I brought them with me. So this poster right here, for all of you watching, this poster has everybody, all 169 employee names for WNC, and I just want to say I thank you for all the work you do, because you make my job easier. So we're going to use this in welcome back as well. Now for a couple of quick introductions and additional thank yous. I'd like to thank the William N. Pennington Foundation. I found out that if I bring everybody except one of my executive team members here and leave Nikki back in Carson, she calls us like she did at the March meeting. She called us yesterday and said, guess what? I raised $1 million. So we're always leaving Nikki behind. So Nikki, I appreciate the work you're doing, as I do all of the staff, which I just recognized everybody, so nobody got left out because I got the poster. The William N. Pennington Foundation just gave us a gift for $1 million for our Fallon campus nursing renovation project. I would also like to thank Rochelle Basson, who is not here today, but who has served as the faculty senate chair over the past year, and welcome Martin Schmidt, who is here online today. He's waving in the little box. Okay, Martin will be here tomorrow, but he's not here today because he had to have his first checkup appointment with his first and new baby girl. So congratulations, Martin. A couple other thank yous. I would like to say a big thank you to someone who has been very prominent on our campus, Susanna Stankute, for her work. Is she here? She's got to stand up. You got to stand up. I know you're not in the seat anymore. You got to stand up. Susanna has served as a senator, secretary, and president of ASWN, as well as chair of the Nevada Student Alliance. I remember her first day 3 years ago, just about, when I showed up in the student center with the governor in tow and said, "Hey, Susanna, there's someone here I'd like to introduce you to." Wide-eyed, it was off to the races. She never slowed down. In her late teens, she has gained at least double that in experience over the last 3 years. And going forward, when I see her now, I'm going to be saying, there's someone here who wants to meet you. So, Susanna, thank you again for all your work with Western Nevada College. We appreciate it. I'd like to also welcome Catalina Wilson, who will be taking the helm of ASWN. Catalina's over here. I won't say the cliche, you have big shoes to fill, because each student government leader brings a new and individual perspective to the position, which helps build new experiences for our students. So welcome, Catalina. And some of you have heard, how many of you have heard the phrase, it's dated now, random acts of kindness? Then there's random acts of cookies. And so as a new recognition program on campus, I'm launching it today with the students. They will get a sample. We're doing, anybody who gets recognized for good work is going to get a random act of Kyle, and we've actually made cookies. So there's random act of Kyle for recognizing employees and students who do good things. So we'll give those to the students, and the rest of them I'm holding because we're probably going through the dinner hour. I'd like to end with a quote from one of our graduates, Maria Rosie Sanchez, who graduated with a bachelor degree in organization and project management and is opening, ironically, or for my best intentions, a cookie business called Dirty Dough in Carson City. We will use her for the next round. She told us, "It has taken me a long time to get here. I first started college in 2007, but never finished due to starting a family. I hope my children see how a strong mindset and faith can open all kinds of doors." And so with that, I thank you, and we are doing great things at Western. Thank you for letting me speak today. Thanks.
Thank you, President Dalpy. Next is President Acharya.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to share a few highlights since our last meeting. I'd like to start by thanking our outgoing Faculty Senate Chair, J.D. Lancaster, for all the work that he put in. He was very effective. We got a lot done together, J.D. Thank you for your service to DRI and being a fierce advocate for faculty. DRI's Dr. Tamara Wall, Deputy Director of our Western Regional Climate Center, was honored at the 2024 Salute to Women Achievement event hosted by the Nevada Women's Fund. We also congratulate DRI Foundation trustee Maribel Badger on being inducted into the Hall of Fame. Congratulations to these remarkable women that are associated with DRI. This summer, DRI is joining UNR, several municipal, county, and tribal governments and community groups based in the Reno-Sparks area to map the hottest parts of Reno-Sparks and adjacent portions of Washoe County. NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, is partnering with the U.S. Departments of Health and Human Services and Housing and Urban Development to map urban heat islands, urban areas with higher temperatures than outlying rural areas. Community members can volunteer for the data collection campaign, which will take place in mid to late summer. The DRI Foundation recently announced its inaugural summit, AW+, a call to action for an adaptable world environment. The summit will be held August 21st to 23rd in Las Vegas, and this year's focus is wildfire recovery and resilience, working across silos to drive solutions, and we look forward to an impactful event. DRI researcher Dr. Rosemary Carroll and colleagues from USGS and Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory teamed up for the amazing new study recently published in Nature Water. The research found that rising temperatures will significantly reduce stream flow in the upper Colorado River Basin by increasing forest water use and reducing groundwater levels. The media coverage for this important research has been amazing. Many national media, including Newsweek. We also held science distill events in Reno and DRI Science at the Springs in Las Vegas, highlighting climate resiliency and extreme weather. Our next DRI Science at the Springs is on June 13th, and we'll explore the critical topic of extreme heat. There are amazing things going on at DRI. We have all kinds of projects. I can't list enough. We've grown in size almost twice. Our revenue has gone up in the last 4 years, almost doubled the grants and contracts. And so we've got a lot going on. We're hiring a lot of people, grown almost like 30% in our staff in the last 3-4 years. So I would welcome all of you. I had a couple of Regent Goodman and Breger at DRI, give them a tour first time. I think they were quite impressed, right? So I would invite those of you who have not been to our campus recently. Amazing things happening at DRI. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Charia. Next is President Helens.
Good afternoon, Regents and colleagues, Chancellor. Well, as this is my last board meeting as president of Great Basin College before I retire, understandably, I'm a little retrospective. I've been privileged to serve Great Basin College. It's 86,000 square miles, and I drive a lot of that every May, and did again, as we graduated approximately 500 students from our campuses in Elko and Ely and Pahrump and Winnemucca, as we now have those commencement exercises at each campus. GBC continues to embrace the 2- and 4-year missions. We have approximately 15 baccalaureates. And we are still a leader in online higher education with 82% of our students online. Our trend line is still consistent growth, even with understandable fluctuations. And all students now have access to an academic success center resources where we offer at all sites and utilize distance modalities to reach all students. GBC also entered many focused and successful strategic collaborations with UNR over the years. We've outsourced administrative services. Some of the MOUs ended, some continue, but most importantly, we're putting our energy into the partnership of the Mining Center of Excellence. And I deeply appreciate the consistent approach from President Sandoval, knowing that we care for our students together and their success. And I'm pleased to announce that GBC and NORCAT, which is a global leader in mining technology and innovation, training and development, have formed a strategic partnership for the delivery of mine skills training, which will be a blend of hands-on as well as augmented and virtual reality. And I appreciate that Dr. Amber Donnelly took charge of that and made it happen. Another example of shared services collaboration successfully occurred in the midst of the pandemic, which we almost forget about, but it put a big dent in what we were doing. We had budget reductions, we had significant construction inflation, and we were wondering, how are we going to build that Winnemucca addition? And we did that, of course, with the generosity of William Pennington Foundation, but we still needed to raise additional funds. And it was because of a shared services collaboration between GBC and UNR that we had access to scale and expertise in construction management. And so we saved approximately $3.5 million in project costs because we were able to utilize construction manager at risk approach. And then that collaboration earned the Cashman Award for Good Government in the NSHE category. And the enrollments have soared now in the Winnemucca campus. GBC is also embedded in the communities we serve, so we're critical to building that healthy community, and that's made up of physical health, economic health, as well as mental health. So in physical health, we have award-winning programs, and again, consistently #1 nursing program with a 100% pass rate. A CNA program that was first of its kind to have developed skills and modules using virtual reality training goggles, and we're part of the WorldCat Library cataloging system. We have healthcare programs that utilize high-fidelity mannequins, as recently Governor Lombardo pointed out. And we acted as contact tracers for the Department of Health during the pandemic, administering also vaccines for COVID and flu. Economic health, well, we had the Sandy Grant funding as part of GOIN. We utilized approximately $400,000, and we supported workforce programs like CNA, EMS, paramedic, millwright welding, data analyst. Our capacity funding helps support successfully programs like human services, the paramedic and EMS programs, and nursing. The OSIT, or the Office of Science, Innovation, and Technology, gave us funding to start the MAPE program, which is Medical Assistant, Phlebotomy, and EKG, which allowed us to give one student all 3 certifications in just 2 semesters. GVC continues we've maintained the highest graduation rate in the country, and then only second behind UNR. Our technical programs have 100% placement because they're supported by local industry. And with mental health, we participated in the NSHE grant for SAMHSA and was awarded approximately $62,000, but we had first aid health training for staff and students, approximately 300. Our BIT team, or Behavioral Intervention Team on campus, did in-service training for staff and students in crisis for the rising mental health needs. And during the pandemic, I started a weekly Zoom meeting. And it was a small thing that was really a big thing. Because now when I attended the graduation ceremonies, faculty and staff came over to me and said, before you retire, I just got to tell you how important that was, because we were lonely and scared, and we were by ourselves. And yet we met every single week, and you always said, how are you and how are your families? And that meant something. So sometimes it was very meaningful to me to know that little thing was really a very big thing, and we didn't lose anybody. GVC received reaffirmation on our accreditation with commendations from Northwest. Our student affairs goals were reorganized to address student persistence and completion after we identified gaps in 2018, and that's when I hired Vice President Jake Hinton Rivera. And it was because of his laser focusing on student success and his leadership that we eliminated all graduation gaps between our students of color and our white students. And we're now an emerging Hispanic serving institution. At commencement this year in Elko, and thank you to the Regents and Chancellor for attending, I was asked to be the speaker. I asked Vice President Rivera and Associate Vice President Dinelli to join me at the podium. And I said to the graduates, Ver uno, ser uno, C1, B1. So there was Jake and Joyce and Amber. And I told the students that Jake and Joyce and Amber sat where they did. And of course, Amber really did because she's a graduate of GBC. But I reminded them that we sat there, and I asked them to consider replacing us, for them to be where we were. And it was after that that students came up after the ceremony was all over, and I know Regent Brown, that happened with you too, graduates jumped up and said, can we have a picture? Because I want your job. We were on our way to the Winnemucca commencement right after that, and there was a horrific accident, and we were stopped for about an hour and a half, and we wondered what was going to happen, what was plan B for the commencement, because we were late. There were multiple fatalities. When I addressed the students, because we did finally get there, I told them why we were late. And I said, even though it's a celebratory kind of occasion, I needed to tell them because life is unpredictable. And even though it's important for our graduates to plan for the future, it's as important to treasure today, to treasure right now. I've been treasuring today's for 7 years as president of Great Basin College. I really appreciate the support you all have given me, but most importantly, the support for access to rural higher education. So thank you for that, and I know you'll continue that support when Dr. Amber Dinelli comes into the presidency of Great Basin College as well. Thank you.
Thank you, President Helens. We treasure you too. Next is President Sandoval, and I'd like you to go right into our next item and introduce the student and faculty speaker when you're finished with your campus update. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Board of Regents, Chancellor, all of our guests here today. Welcome to the University of Nevada, Reno, home of the Wolfpack. For the record, Brian Sandoval, President. First, just very quickly, I'd like to acknowledge both the NSHE team and the University of Nevada, Reno team for putting this meeting together. I think they've just done an extraordinary job. And I'd also like to acknowledge President Helens and President Zaragoza. It's been a privilege and honor to work with both of them, and I've learned so much during my time with them. And also, with regard to introductions, she's not with us today. She's actually on vacation, but Melanie Duckworth is our new Executive Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and you'll see a picture of her on the slide deck. But she's going to be starting her new role when she returns, but has been on the campus for the past 2 decades. We also have a new, and you just met him a couple hours ago, but our new president of the Associated Students of the University of Nevada, Reno, Dawson Deal, who's with us. We're very excited. He is a senior studying political science with a minor in political communication and advocacy. So we're excited. I'm excited to work with him. Also, you heard from our new Graduate Student Association President, Tania Akhter. She is working on her PhD in chemistry and will do a great job advocating for our graduate students. So I'm excited to work with her as well. I'd also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge Dr. Peter Reed, who served as the President Chairman of the Faculty Senate. It really has been a privilege and honor to work with you, and he's an outstanding leader for this campus. So thank you very much for your service. You also heard from Dr. Aaron Hill, who performed our national anthem today. He is the incoming chair of the Faculty Senate, and he was extraordinary, as you heard, and I had the opportunity to hear him perform for the Reno Philharmonic. They did a John Williams performance, and he did a solo for Star Wars. It was fantastic. Speaking of May the 4th be with you, he did a great job, and I look forward to working with him. You did receive an announcement, I believe it was yesterday, announcing Dr. Heather Speed as our new Vice President of Student Affairs. We're very excited about her presence on campus. She's coming to us from Pueblo Community College, serving there as a Vice President for Student Success since 2017. She'll be with us starting August 1. So similarly, like my colleagues, 3 weeks ago, we celebrated the achievements of our class of 2024 during a beautiful sunny spring commencement ceremonies on the quad. We conferred 3,027 degrees, including 2,340 bachelor's degrees and 687 advanced degrees. We also honored 4 distinguished Nevadans, including Margaret Cavan, Dr. Doris Dwyer, Dr. Carmelo Urza, and our friend and late colleague, Jason Geddes, Dr. Jason Geddes, and his son Joseph received the honor in his father's behalf, and it was a pretty emotional moment, but a great way to honor Jason. And I do also want to thank the Regents and the Chancellor and NSHE staff who were able to join us for commencement. We also have celebrated graduation ceremonies for our Collegiate Academy students. More than 2,300 seniors, 300 from Northern Nevada, 2,000 from Southern Nevada graduated from our Collegiate Academy program. I truly want to acknowledge and thank the partners in this effort, teachers, administrators, and counselors at the high schools throughout the state who've helped support our seniors. We have 9 high schools in Northern Nevada, and statewide, 29 schools participate with more than 4,500 students enrolled during the spring semester. In related news, similar to President Helens, we also received the Cashman Good Governance Award from the Nevada Taxpayers Association for our Collegiate Academy program for making higher education affordable and accessible to students across Nevada. It's sitting out there. It's probably the largest trophy I've ever seen, but it's a really fun trophy. Moving on, we're very grateful to our federal delegation, and particularly Senators Rosen and Senators Cortez Masto for their support with regard to items that we had sought through federal earmarks, and we were the beneficiaries of approximately $4.2 million in grants, which will allow us to construct a living laboratory aboard a research vessel up at Lake Tahoe, as well as the state's first cutting-edge high-field nuclear spectrometer. And I asked our provost exactly what that is, and it's used to study the structure of molecules and materials. It's used for everything from molecules of medicine to advanced materials for new batteries for electric vehicles. So it's obviously going to very much enhance our research mission on our campus. You will hear from Fred Steinman in the very near future, who is going to talk about the lithium loop. The university is one of only 29 tech and innovation hubs in the United States of America, and he'll give some more detail about that. But we're grateful to the state of Nevada for providing a $7.5 million grant to advance our efforts in that regard. We did celebrate the topping off of our business building. If you all, and again, thank you for approving that project, but it is moving very quickly and should be finished in July of next year and ready for the class of incoming class of 2025. We also are going to be seeing off some of our journalism students who are going to Paris, France to report at the Olympics. And I asked if they needed a suitcase carrier and they said no, but they're going to report on the games. It will also provide the foundation for the school's new undergraduate emphasis in sports media. So we're very pleased about that. And so with that, Madam Chair, that does complete my report, and may I introduce our student. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah. For the record, she's nodding, so we used to say that in court. But in any event, thank you for this opportunity to learn from one of our incredible students and faculty members. First to present this afternoon is Cody Chris. Every spring, our graduate school hosts a competition called the 3-Minute Thesis. Both master's level and PhD students present their research within 3 minutes using only one slide. University and community judges decide who had the best presentations at the master's and PhD level. The winners receive a monetary prize. And this year we asked Cody to present. Cody joined the University of Nevada, Reno as a Drive Scholar and is a first-year PhD student in the Cell and Molecular Biology program, working with Dr. Subhash Verma's Virology Lab. He is a first-generation college student originally from Las Vegas, where he earned his MS in microbiology at UNLV for his research on the pathogenic bacteria Shigella, is that how I say that?
Yep.
Yeah, which causes diarrhea in illness and is responsible for 600,000 deaths worldwide each year. He's also a recipient of the Raymond Burner Scholarship and the Headbang for Science Scholarship, a unique award for fans of heavy metal music who are pursuing a physical or health sciences degree. Who'd have thunk? You know, I think it's fabulous. So aside from his work as a scientist, Cody is an accomplished musician and plays lead guitar in a Las Vegas-based metal band. And so with that, I present Cody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm not sure if the slide goes on its own, who controls it, but.
That's it.
SES, can you move to the next slide, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. By now, we're all intimately familiar with the havoc that a pandemic can wreak, not just across the nation, but throughout the world. These pandemics are often caused by viruses that jump into the human population from animal reservoirs. You can think, for example, the 1918 Spanish flu caused by a virus that had originated in birds. SARS-CoV-2, the virus responsible for the COVID-19 pandemic, is the third coronavirus in just the last 20 years to jump from animals into humans. And given the ever-increasing global interconnectedness of humanity, these pathogens with pandemic potential are predicted to persist. This is why our lab group has joined a task force assembled for the purpose of pandemic preparedness against a series of emerging human pathogens. These include SARS-CoV-2 and Ebola virus, as well as mosquito-borne viruses that cause chikungunya fever and Eastern and Venezuelan equine encephalitis. In this task force, each research team focuses on a different area of need, from understanding the basic biology of these viruses to translational work aimed at drug discovery and developing inexpensive diagnostic tests. One of my roles in this effort has been to develop methods to screen potential antivirals. We and our collaborators are identifying compounds that interact with viral machinery and may inhibit the ability of these viruses to replicate in human cells. I can then use the method that we've developed to evaluate the antiviral potential of those compounds. To show you our approach in a little more detail, here's what we've done with SARS-CoV-2. We've created a miniaturized version of the virus's genome that gets rid of most of the instructions for making the virus and replaced it with a gene that will produce light when copied by the virus's machinery. I can put this mini genome into infected cells and measure light production as a proxy of viral replication activity. Then I can see how our compounds affect that replication activity based on the response of this light production. I'm now working on similar systems for each of these other emerging human pathogens. And the great thing about these systems is not only will they enable us to evaluate the antiviral potential of our compounds, but they can also be used as scientific tools to evaluate questions on the basic biology of these viruses. Hence, our work is at the nexus of the medical and scientific domains. What I've told you here today is that I am part of a task force of scientists working together to develop our ability to respond to future pandemics. Using the mini genome approach that I've laid out here for you, I am screening hundreds of potential antiviral compounds against each of these emerging pathogens. I'm enthusiastic about the medical and scientific prospects of our work as we light the way toward a world better prepared for the challenges of future pandemics. Thank you, and I'll take any questions from the board.
I think Regent Arascata wants to say something.
Oh, actually, that was between us, but 2 minutes and 28 seconds.
Oh, wow. Faster than I thought.
Well done. Very, very impressive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cody. That was very interesting. Are there any other questions or comments from Regents? Seeing none, I'll just say thank you so much again. It's probably just all still above our heads right now. We need a little bit of time to digest it, but thank you so much for your presentation and your passion for what you do. I really do appreciate that.
Thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just an example of what UNLV and UNR together can produce. I think it's absolutely marvelous. So next, our faculty presenter, for the record, Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, Reno. Introduce to you Dr. Fred Steinman. Dr. Steinman is currently the Director of the University Center for Economic Development with expertise in strategic planning, redevelopment, land use planning, public policy, and economic development in our College of Business. He previously worked on several successful community, economic, and organizational strategic planning initiatives across Nevada, Idaho, and California, including several comprehensive economic development strategies for various municipalities, counties, regional economic development authorities, and economic development districts. Dr. Steinman currently serves as the principal investigator for Nevada's U.S. Economic Development Administration Regional Technology and Innovation Hub, awarded to the university, as I mentioned, in October of 2023. Dr. Steinman holds a BS in Economics and MS in Economics from the University of Nevada, Reno, and a doctorate in Policy Planning and Development from the Sol Price School at the University of Southern California. Dr. Steinman, would you please present your work and welcome? Thank you.
Thank you, President Sandoval, Chair, members of the Board of Regents. For the record, Fred Steinman, Director of the University Center for Economic Development here at UNR, and as President Sandoval indicated, Principal Investigator of the university's Nevada Lithium Batteries and Other EV Materials Loop Regional Technology and Innovation Hub. It is a pleasure to provide you a general overview of the ongoing Tech Hub program as we hopefully move closer and closer to an announcement regarding our recently submitted Phase 2 application. As President Sandoval indicated on October 23rd, 2023, President Biden designated the Nevada Tech Hub and the University of Nevada, Reno as one of only 31 tech hubs nationwide, out of 378 total Phase 1 applicants nationwide. The Nevada Regional Technology and Innovation Hub spans 16 of Nevada's 17 counties and over 70 individual consortium members spanning the public sector, private sector, and nonprofit community-based organizations. And in the lithium batteries, critical elements, and other EV material space, covering representation across the value network and supply chain, from extraction to processing to advanced manufacturing, recycling, and even energy production. I'm very proud to present to each one of you today to highlight that while the University of Nevada, Reno serves as the lead applying entity, this is very much an NSHE-wide initiative. Key members of the consortium include Great Basin College, Truckee Meadows Community College, Western Nevada College, the Desert Research Institute, and our friends at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Again, UNR serves as the lead, but this is very much a joint effort involving local governments, various state agencies, multiple private sector interests, and of course, interests across the Nevada system of higher education. On February 29, 2024, we successfully submitted our Phase 2 application along with 28 other Phase 1 designated tech hubs. We submitted an application for $75 million through the Economic Development Administration to be allocated to the Nevada Tech Hub over a 5-year span beginning October 1, 2024. This is in addition to local and state sources of match that we were able to secure over the course of the Phase 2 application process. Thanks to the leadership of Governor Lombardo, President Sandoval, and of course the work of many people here at the university and across NSHE, we secured $7.5 million in unused ARPA state dollars to use towards match, an additional $1 million from the university, and $200,000 from the Building and Trades Association of Northern Nevada. The Nevada Tech Hub's primary goal is to create 3,000 new businesses, expand 2,000 existing businesses, and create 50,000 new jobs within this emerging industry sector across the state. Really to answer national security, climate change mitigation and management, and economic development and diversification goals set by the current federal administration. This $75 million plus the match would be allocated across 7 individual project areas, including supply chain enhancement, workforce development, the lithium campus, commercialization and entrepreneurship, infrastructure, community capacity and housing development, and the Nevada Native Nations Center, in addition to a governance project. And with those details, I'm happy to answer any questions that any member of the board may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Steinman. Yes, Regent Brown.
Thank you, Regent Brown, for the record. So I work for our economic development agency in the South, and I recently wrote an op-ed talking about how entrepreneurship is actually one of the fastest ways that we will get to this diversification of our state. I do think that, allowing and training our citizens to create jobs and to create businesses, which will then in turn jobs. I wrote down some stuff. Right now, 70,000 members. The aim is 3,000 new businesses with 50,000 new jobs, which is just incredible. This is great trajectory. So I'm really excited to kind of see where this heads. And I just want to say congratulations, because 1 out of 31 tech hubs is a huge accolade. And I know our friends up here at EDON are really excited about this. We've talked about it. So, and as we kind of move forward with some legislation to work on, because we brought the right to start legislation at the last session, and we're going to work on some more. So that'll just help kind of flesh out what you guys are building. And I look forward to working with you as a regent, but also as a RDA and just an entrepreneur myself. So
absolutely, thank you.
And I want to actually, my brain didn't work fast enough for the previous speaker. So when you're done, I actually do have a comment. I didn't want him to walk away. It just, my brain couldn't catch up. So.
Are there any other questions or comments for Dr. Steinman? I just want to say thank you as well for all the work that you're doing within economic development, and especially in this burgeoning area of the lithium supply chain. I love the fact that Nevada is on the leading edge of this, and you're on the leading edge of that. So thank you so much, and congratulations for being one of those tech hubs.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I apologize for if your brain was a little faster than mine for for our student speaker. Cody, can you come back up for a second? Regent Brown has a question for you.
Yeah, I just want to say, Cody, I was trying to digest, and my brain just wouldn't work fast enough. But I did kind of write down a question, and I'm just going to say apologize in advance if this is if it doesn't make sense, because I was trying. So what I was getting from your presentation is that what you are studying, it will actually emanate light in response to viral activity?
Yeah, so, and I'm, of course, simplifying things a little bit for clarity.
We
But the
appreciate
idea
you.
is that as copies of viral genome are made, light will be produced as a result of this mini genome that we put into cells. And so we can measure this light production in, the absence of light in order to measure how much genome is being made, and under compound treatment, if there's a reduction in that replication activity of the genome, then we would see a loss in that light production.
Okay, okay. I was actually digesting what you were saying, so good, because I was like writing notes, but so the ultimate plan here is to hopefully get this integrated into our global health system, so we can actually provide real-time data and early warning detection to alleviate possible future pandemics. Is that where you and your team are?
Well, broadly, I guess the idea first is that we can use this to identify compounds that can actually reduce viral activity in the cell. And so, of course, this allows us to then investigate those compounds under normal infection conditions, and possibly that might lead to drugs that can expand the repertoire of drugs that we use for treating things like SARS-CoV-2 and the other viruses I talked about. And then, as I also kind of mentioned, we can then use these as tools to start asking questions about what's actually going on in a cell with the viral components. We can start kind of getting at a mechanistic basis. And that's sort of something that the NIH really cares about, is knowing the mechanistic basis for how drugs work.
Wonderful. Well, I didn't mean to bring you back up, but I just wanted to get some clarification. I didn't want you to think that we weren't paying attention. We're older than you. We need some time, so.
I love the questions. I really appreciate your interest.
Thank you, Cody.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, before we move on to public comment, I did want to announce some changes to our agenda. First, there are 3 items that are being withdrawn from this agenda. Items 30, 32, and 38 are being withdrawn from this agenda. And item 40, I am hoping to take today after item 21, because that is the election of officers. Some regents won't be with us tomorrow in attendance, so I wanted to make sure that we had ample representation and everybody's voice heard to be able to elect officers for the next year. So I just wanted to make those announcements. So we will now go on to item number 3, public comment. For those who would like to call in and offer public comment, please dial 669-444-9171 and enter meeting ID number 928-4944-5069 and enter the passcode 555555. I will ask for public comment from the meeting sites first. Is there any public comment at GBC?
Yes, there's public comment at GBC.
Thank you. Would you please state your name and spell your last name, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Dion Stanfill, Stanfill. Happy National Day of Higher Education. My name is Dion Stanfill, and I am the president of the Student Bar Association at the William S. Boyd School of Law. Hello from Elko. I'm so happy to be back in my hometown, working for the Public Defender's Office this summer. This is just one of the amazing opportunities that Boyd Law offers to law students. This is an example of experiential learning that helps me as a law student, as well as helps the community that I'm working in. As the most recent Nevada Lawyer publication recognizes that Elko County is one of the severest legal deserts, with only 55 practicing lawyers in the entire county. And from my 3 weeks of experience so far, and from growing up in this community, I have seen how desperate rural Nevada is for attorneys, particularly attorneys from Nevada. Today, I am here to express my support for the proposed tuition and fee adjustment for the 2025-27 biennium, as well as the biennial operating budget to help Nevada by supporting Nevada's law school and Nevada's law students. These practical trainings, such as through the Samuel Lionel Externship Program, mock trial, moot court competitions, Thomas and Mack Legal Clinic, and so many more, have not only prepared us for the Nevada bar exam, which, by the way, is one of the hardest to pass in the United States, but also teach us how to be competent and ethical lawyers in our silver state. Through talking with the Nevada legal community and beyond, I am proud of Boyd's reputation of raising good lawyers through these programs, supported by what is being proposed before you today. As both a student and a representative of our law school student body, I value the high standards of education and professionalism amidst rising operational costs and inflationary pressures. Additionally, this budget framework aligns with the system's strategic goals. As a Student Bar Association president, I urge you to approve these proposals, understanding that they will empower Boyd Law and the entire Nevada system of higher education to continue their missions of excellence in education in service to the state of Nevada.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment at GBC? Yes, I see that there is. Please go.
Good afternoon, Regents. My name is Braden Toybell, and that's Taebel. And I'm a recent graduate of the University of Nevada, Reno, just a few weeks ago. And I'm an incoming student at the UNLV William S. Boyd School of Law. I'm here in Elko this summer, interning for the 4th Judicial District Court. But I'm here today to ask for your support in enhancing the proposed budget for the Thomas & Mack Legal Clinic and the Law School's Student Success Initiatives found in Agenda Item 28. As I have previously given public comment about before, I look forward to taking part in one of Boyd's legal clinic opportunities during my time in law school. I currently intern for Judge Mason Simons, a Boyd alum, who took part in the immigration clinic and has spoken to me about how important this was to his law school experience. The idea of gaining invaluable experience while providing free legal services to the community I grew up in is very appealing to me. By enhancing its budget, the clinics will be able to continue to do this important work while expanding their services even further. Regarding the enhancement of student success initiatives, this extra money would support students studying for the bar exam. Studying for the bar is expensive and is seen as a full-time job, which is why these scholarships are so crucial. Nevada needs more lawyers, and this is why we need you to support our Nevada law students through these initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
There is no additional public comment.
Thank you. Is there any public comment at the system office in Las Vegas?
Looks like none. We have public comment here.
Oh. Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Where are they? Oh, there.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time, Regents. My name is Kevin Mitchell. I am a faculty member at the College of Southern Nevada. I am the department chair for the Department of Communication. I am also a dual enrollment instructor. I've come to talk about 3 inequities within our dual enrollment programs within the NSHE system. We have 3 inequities. One is instructor qualification, one is instructor stipend, and a third is the student status of those students enrolled in dual enrollment. Instructor qualification, we have 2 main options. One is you have a master's degree. I actually have a master's degree and additional doctoral work from Arizona State. Or the other option for instructors that they are overseen by a professor at an institution in there. I did that in grad school. They took care of us the first semester and then left us on. So there'd be a lot of effort in there. The instructor stipend is not fair. CSN gives hundreds of dollars. Other institutions give thousands. It becomes essentially a bidding war between different institutions on over the stipend they can give for the high school instructors in there. Also, we have student status. Some colleges make the students admitted into the dual enrollment program actually full-time students. Other, it's a provisional. If you consider the funding formula, is there an asterisk by the provisional students? Because if you're getting credit for a student that you're not actually going to accept in your university, I kind of think you're gaming the system. I believe that's my 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
There is no more public comment in Las Vegas.
Thank you very much. It appears that there is public comment here at the University of Nevada, Reno. Please come forward, state your name and spell your last name, and you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Allmeyer, Ahlmeyer, aka Sparky. I am a member of ASME. I work at TMCC as an equipment mechanic too. I'm here today to make sure the tech workers in Unit C get out there and vote, since we did just file just a while ago to become under our collective bargaining, so we can fight for fair treatment and pay. We at ASME are looking forward to working with you. And also, certain sites are not wanting to follow our contract. I would highly encourage them to read it and keep up to date. It may lead to possible grievances in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jafeth Sanchez. I serve as the director of the Latino Research Center and associate professor in the College of Education and Human Development, SANCHEZ, Jafeth Sanchez. I'm speaking in favor of the employment agreement for President Sandoval. I've been on this campus for over 20 years, from the role of student onto my current positions. And President Sandoval's leadership has been transformative. It's essential in keeping that in mind, as he's also the first Hispanic president of our university. And he models what it means to be inclusive and to value diversity. At the same time, under his stewardship and the support of Provost Thompson, our Latino Research Center is now in a position to truly meet its highest potential of serving our state in order to better understand Latino needs and opportunities. Through the Latino Research Center, it's the only one of its kind in the entire state, and his efforts in understanding what it can do is essential to continuing to have it serve as a vital resource to our community and to continue to develop opportunities for increased research for our institution and beyond. Furthermore, President Sandoval's commitment to securing our federal designation as a Hispanic serving institution just underscores what it means to truly value opportunities to broaden access for all our students, inclusive of those who are of Latino Hispanic demographic, for our Latinx population. So that renewal of his contract just signifies opportunities to continue this momentum and to continue to allow our institution to thrive in academic excellence. And as he puts it, it's part of the Wolfpack way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, esteemed Regents. My name is Jill Tolles, Tolles. I am the Executive Director of the Kenny Gwynn Center for Policy Priorities. We are a statewide nonpartisan policy research center that is affiliated with the University of Nevada, Reno. And I'm here to express my strong support for the renewal of President Brian Sandoval's contract. I first stepped foot on this campus at looked much different than it does today at the age of 19. And over the last 30 years, I have had the opportunity to know the last 4 presidents leading the university, and each one of them brought a unique set of skills that matched the times that we were living in. And President Brian Sandoval is the exact kind of transformational leader that we need for such a time as this. He is a role model to an increasingly diverse student population that we serve. And I've witnessed firsthand how his personal stories and his welcoming interpersonal style has motivated and inspired students across this university. He's a bridge builder. Brian Sandoval has a track record of bringing people from competition to consensus, demonstrating his leadership efficacy over decades of service, and this skill is crucial at such a time as this, when we live in such divisive times. He's a producer. Under his leadership, we have seen new partnerships, growth, technological resources, and expansion of the university's influence in our community and state. One need only to exit the freeway and turn your eyes towards the campus to see the physical manifestation of the public and private partnerships and the way that it is transforming our city. President Sandoval's visionary leadership has strengthened this university's impact and enhanced its reputation. His continued leadership is crucial for maintaining the momentum and achieving further success. And so therefore, I wholeheartedly support the renewal of his contract and would respectfully encourage you to do the same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, and Honorable Regents. My name is Paul Hauptman, Hauptman. I'm the Dean at the University of Nevada, Reno School of Medicine, and I am also here in support of the contract renewal of President Brian Sandoval. During his tenure, President Sandoval has increased UNR's national stature, recruited top talent, and expanded access to higher education throughout the state by offering high-quality dual enrollment. Despite near-term budgetary challenges related to 2 historic COLAs, President Sandoval is looking to UNR's future, and by extension, the state's future, through innovations that will position the university for greatness and secure our reputation as a Carnegie R1 institution. I know from one-on-one interactions that President Sandoval is detail-oriented and fully engaged. For the School of Medicine, he has been a champion of expanding postgraduate medical education and the UNR Med Renown affiliation, among many other initiatives. Come walk with President Sandoval on our campus. Our students flock to him. They recognize his dedication to them and his love of this preeminent university. At commencement, chants of "Sandy, Sandy, Sandy" could be heard at the end of his speech. As we well know, this level of support is not common on today's college campuses. I urge the Regents to reappoint President Brian Sandoval for the sake of the university, for the sake of NSHE, and for the sake of this great state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, dear members of the Nevada System of Higher Education Board of Regents. It's good to be here with you. I'm Christopher Dare, City Council of the City of Sparks. I'm also here to show support for Brian Sandoval, the President of the University of Nevada, and ask that you approve the continuation of his role as President. President Sandoval has helped both students and faculty walk through COVID-19 pandemic. In spite of the pandemic, and I call post-pandemic era, we've seen student enrollment, faculty, instructors, dorm rooms, and new education facilities all grow. President Sandoval brings leadership to the community that is supported by educational leaders, elected leaders, and most importantly, by its students. I could continue talking about a lot of different factoids and the diversity he's brought to the college and many things, but I'm gonna talk about a personal story. I was at a soccer game, a girls' soccer game, and it's kind of normal to see the president at the big men's basketball game because who doesn't go to that? But he was there, my wife was singing the national anthem, and I look over and he and his wife are there cheering on our young ladies. There wasn't a lot in the crowd, but these guys were there. And I can just tell you that he is the kind of leader that I've seen really take that step and make sure that our students know who he is, take that step and make sure that he brings leadership, strategic leadership to the table, and he's someone that us as elected leaders will stand with. I'll tell you, I just talked to Mayor Ed Lawson, he said the same. I don't know if he knew my whole speech, but he said he agrees with me. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Jill Heaton. I'm the serve as the Senior Vice Provost of Enrollment Services at the University of Nevada, Reno. I'm also here to speak on behalf of President Sandoval and urge you to vote in favor of a great performance review and to renew his contract. But first, I'm going to commend you and thank you for your vision when you selected Brian Sandoval as the 17th president of the University of Nevada, Reno on Thursday, September 17th, 2020. And again, I urge you to vote favorably on his performance review and his contract renewal. When you selected him, don't know if you knew it at the time, but you changed the trajectory of this university forever. And you did so not only for our benefit, but for the betterment of the entire state of Nevada. I'm from Texas. If you didn't know that, I probably said that before. But I'm also started at the university as assistant professor in geography in 2004. So I feel like I have some understanding of place. And I have yet to meet someone that is as committed are devoted to the battle-born state and its people as Brian Sandoval. His evaluation materials, all 150 pages-ish of them, are focused on the institution and what he has done for this institution. It's all out there in the record for any one of us to read. So I thought I would also instead share like our past speaker, share a personal account with you today. President Sandoval's first day on the job was October 5th, 2020. On October 6th, his second day on the job, he asked to meet with me, and we walked around the quad for about 30 minutes. And I think most of you know this quote or some version of it from Maya Angelou. I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. So with that said, as a public figure, and not to mention our open meeting laws, history will record a lot of things that President Sandoval has said
Thank
or
you.
done.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
I'm sorry. We're at time,
Okay.
and we're under a time crunch.
All right.
Thank you,
Thank you very
Jill.
much. Please,
Thank you.
I encourage you all to support his reappointment.
Thank you.
Hello, Regents. My name is David Shintani. I am the Vice Provost for Undergraduate Education at University of Nevada, Reno. One of my joys in life has been to help run the dual credit program, particularly the Collegiate Academy program at University of Nevada, Reno. I want to make it clear that a lot of the programming that we have done has been aimed at increasing equitable inclusion of students and having allow them to have access to college level courses. We know that having high schools having access to college level courses really increases the likelihood that they will attend higher education, which is an incredible economic driver for our state. We are not trying to develop this program solely for the purpose or primarily for the purpose to drive students towards the University of Nevada, Reno. In fact, we know that most of the students that we are working with in Clark County will remain in Clark County and attend UNLV, UNLV, CSN, and Northern Nevada State University. In fact, we ran some analysis recently, and we showed that that is the case, that more than twofold of the students that attended at UNR actually attended these other schools. And we applaud that. We want our students to attend as many other schools as possible. Regarding teacher qualifications, I would like to say that we provide access to schools to these courses where they were not provided before due to teachers lacking master's degrees. In fact, but we make sure that students are qualified, the teachers are qualified by providing extensive professional development. In fact, our faculty meet with those teachers weekly to make sure things are done correctly. And we also assess our courses learning, and we would tell you that these teachers are teaching courses at the standards that we are at the university and at the rigor we do at the university. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the Nevada System of Higher Education Board of Regents and Chancellor. My name is Ann Silver, ANNSILVER, and I serve as the CEO of the Reno Sparks Chamber of Commerce, the largest business organization in Northern Nevada, representing 2,200 businesses that employ over 112,000 local residents. I'm here today to address the Chamber's support for President Sandoval's continued leadership of this university. In addition to his many accomplishments that have been demonstrated and previously acknowledged, President Sandoval has shown unwavering support to our business community, which depends on educated and motivated university graduates to fill the in-demand career opportunities throughout Northern Nevada. He fully understands the inextricable connection between college work and career readiness and has consistently emphasized a priority on workforce preparation and the employment opportunities created by a vibrant and diverse business economy. President Sandoval strongly supports the Chamber's focus on jobs in the new energy economy, sustainability initiatives, which are emphasized at the new Lake Tahoe campus, and the lithium loop that will enable Nevada to lead the nation's effort to focus on clean energy jobs and future prosperity. As a former graduate of UNR, a magnificent representative of the heritage of this community, and a gregarious supporter of the Wolfpack, President Sandoval embodies the commitment, dignity, grace, and relentless search for improvement necessary to lead and grow the University of Nevada, Reno. Many states envy UNR's ability to secure a leader whose educational, professional, and personal accomplishments shine a brighter light on academic achievement, faculty growth, and strategic decision-making. President Sandoval has enabled the entire community to maintain pride for this institution. The Reno Sparks Chamber of Commerce fully supports former Governor Brian Sandoval's continued role as president of this strategic university. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the Board of Regents, my name is Kurt Mischa, spelled M-I-S-C-H-E. I'm the president and CEO of PBS Reno, the public television station serving the northern two-thirds of our state. And I'm speaking to you today in regard to agenda items 13 and 29, urging UNR President Brian Sandoval's continuation in his role. I'm very pleased to represent not only PBS Reno today, but join with the many other individuals and organizations who speak in support of him today. President Sandoval is a servant leader. His entire professional career as a state legislator, judge, governor, and now UNR president has been focused on service to this region and this state. That service has had a positive impact directly or indirectly on every one of us. His demonstrated leadership and respect for students and faculty have kept our campus and community free from the unrest and violence that has plagued other institutions recently. The university continues to grow with one of its highest student enrollments ever, and the development of new buildings and programs, all of which reflect the growth in our region. We continue to see the student population hone its skills thanks to the academic tools at their disposal. These skilled graduates are prepared to fill the many career opportunities in this region's businesses. Because of his care and service, PBS Reno recognized him as our 2023 Extraordinary Philanthropist at our annual Spotlight Gala. It is rare to find an individual with so many demonstrated skills. We are fortunate to have someone of President Sandoval's character and experience leading this university. And I trust that you will continue to support him and, by extension, support this region by approving his continuation in this vital role. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Winnie Dowling, Winnie, D-O-W-L-I-N-G, and I am the State Director for the Nevada Small Business Development Center. We are a statewide program that helps people start and grow businesses, and we're hosted by the College of Business at UNR. But we also have offices at UNLV and Great Basin College, and a total of 12 offices. So I just wanted to say I also support President Sandoval, and I've noticed 3 things about him. One is that he's the Pied Piper of students. You see him out on campus. He has all kinds of support and people following him, and it just lights up his eyes when he talks about students or gives speeches. Everyone really enjoys that. Excuse me. Secondly, I'd like to speak about his interaction with the business community, including in Southern Nevada. He's very well known, very well respected, and I think people really appreciate his participation and the fact that he has woven the university into the fabric of the community. And third, I would like to say I appreciate that he supports public outreach, including programs like ours where we help businesses. And I just would like to say in summary, I hope that he is our president for many years to come because he's a great one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Regents. Rob Benner, R-O-B-B-E-N-N-E-R. I'm the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Northern Nevada Building and Construction Trades Council. Our organization represents over 6,000 skilled workers in the construction industry. I'm here to express our strong support for UNR President Brian Sandoval and his leadership of our state's flagship university. Since he took office Since he took the office of president in September of 2020, we have seen a big positive change in our relationship with UNR. President Sandoval has consistently worked with us and has been a strong partner in the construction and community development in Northern Nevada's future. His administration has shown a genuine interest in the needs and concerns of our members, and he has made sure that UNR projects are built with quality, safety, and respect for Nevada's workers. We believe that President Sandoval is the right leader for UNR. We are confident he will continue to serve the university faithfully in the years ahead. We urge you to support him and his vision for UNR and to recognize the positive impact he has made on our university and our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Joseph Jacobson. I'm a JACOB-SON. I am a student here at the University of Nevada, Reno, and I'm studying computer science and engineering, and I'll be graduating next year. That makes me part of the first class that received iPads through the Digital Wolfpack Initiative, an initiative President Sandoval put a lot of effort in, and we are greatly appreciative. As a student, I've been able to see the effects of this initiative in every single one of my classrooms. I see students now moving against traditional methods of taking notes, doing homework, doing tests, and moving towards utilizing the iPad, which makes it cheaper on all of the students and also easier to get around campus. I don't see people with big old backpacks everywhere, but instead just carrying an iPad into some classes. It also helps faculty and the professors teaching the classes because they know there's a baseline of what technology every student has in every single one of those classrooms. The way the Digital Wolfpack Initiative has affected me as a student has completely changed my career path. When I first came to UNR as a CS student, I didn't do much coding because I grew up in a very rural part of California. But the very first week during Nevada Fit, I attended a session set up by DWPI to teach you how to code and how to build applications, which we use every day on our phones. That made me fall in love with mobile application development. And then through DWPI, it was able to cultivate my interest and my love for coding by helping me learn how to use Swift Playgrounds, an app that's pre-built on all of the iPads to teach students how to build mobile applications. Before I leave here, I saw 2 students just last month build entire applications on just the iPad during the ACM Hackathon, a coding competition, something that no one would have thought is possible if it wasn't for the Digital Wolfpack Initiative giving out these technologies to help better give opportunities for students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Mary Dugan, D-U-G-A-N, Vice President, Legal Affairs and General Counsel for the University of Nevada, Reno. I'm speaking today in support of President Brian Sandoval and a new contract for him. When it comes to evaluating a president, typical evaluation questions don't always address the unique strengths that someone like Brian Sandoval brings to the campus. From my vantage point as general counsel, I can attest that President Sandoval's prior legal experience as an attorney, as the Attorney General, and as a federal judge supports daily his work on campus and in the community. Our General Counsel's office provides legal advice to the president and other administrators and represents the university in legal matters. On a regular basis, I and other attorneys in our office meet with President Sandoval to discuss and provide legal advice regarding all sorts of legal issues. The Digital Wolfpack Initiative, to name one. Personnel issues, student issues, contracts, funding approaches. It's a long list. Even constitutional issues like free speech and the First Amendment. As a result of President Sandoval's prior legal experience, he is a quick study on these issues. Not only that, he anticipates legal issues and gets ahead of them. He sees and understands the upsides and the downsides of these matters. He may suggest even a novel approach. He acknowledges the gray areas that sometimes exist. He appreciates when there's a hard decision to make. However, he won't delay making a decision simply because it's a tough one. He knows and appreciates that making hard decisions is his job. He is always concerned about the fairness of any outcome and what is best for the university. He is also truly dedicated to the success of this university and its faculty, staff, and students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, Regents. For the record, I'm Andrew Klinger. I'm the Vice President of Administration and Finance, and have had the good fortune to work for President Sandoval more than once. I too am here to express my strong support for renewing President Sandoval's contract. During his tenure, President Sandoval has made remarkable contributions to our university, our community, and our state. Contributions that will have lasting positive impacts. President Sandoval, during his tenure, has spearheaded numerous transformative initiatives that are outlined in your materials. A couple that I will mention is the establishment of collegiate academies, which has opened doors for students and families who previously believed a college education was beyond their reach. Another initiative is his leadership in developing the Mathewson University Gateway, which brought our university closer to downtown and enhancing the stature of our growing College of Business. While President Sandoval's leadership has many commendable aspects, I would like to highlight three that I think embody President Sandoval. One is passion, integrity, and purpose. President Sandoval's passion for the university is infectious and inspires everyone around him. There are many times I've been walking with President Sandoval on campus, and there are a group of prospective students, and he always walks up and talks to those students. I don't know what that is as a recruiting tool, but I'm sure it's pretty good. Second, he demonstrates unwavering integrity. When faced with difficult decisions, he doesn't choose the path of least resistance or the most popular choice. He always does what is best for the university, the community, and the state. And finally, President Sandoval operates with a clear sense of purpose. The ambitious goals outlined in the university's strategic plan are not mere aspirations on paper. He motivates all of us to achieve these goals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Carvalho, members of the board, my name is Michael Flores. I have the honor of serving as President Sandoval's Vice President for Government and Community Relations. And I am here to speak in strong support of renewing the contract for President Brian Sandoval at the University of Nevada, Reno. I first met President Sandoval when I was protesting outside of his office when he was governor. I was a college student at CSN and worried about the proposed cuts to NSHE. This was the largest protest that had ever taken place in Carson City. He didn't run from us, and probably against his staff's advice, he came out and met with us. And he told us that he would do everything he could do to support us. And during his final State of the State in 2017, Governor Sandoval said, "My vision for our state is to put all Nevadans, regardless of age or circumstance, on a career path towards success. We can make that vision a reality by investing in higher education, closing the college attainment gap, expanding dual enrollment, and growing career opportunities." By the end of his term, he made good on that promise to us and allocated more funding to higher education than any other governor in our state's history. President Sandoval has continued that work at the University of Nevada, Reno. Since taking office, President Sandoval has demonstrated exceptional leadership and dedication to advancing the mission and values of our university. Under his leadership, we have a new strategic plan that helps guide us. We have a new University of Nevada, UNR at Lake Tahoe, collegiate academies providing university courses to thousands of students across the state. A hallmark of President Sandoval's tenure has been his dedication to strengthening university ties with local community and beyond. He has worked tirelessly to build partnerships with local businesses, government agencies, and nonprofit organizations. These collaborations have not only provided valuable opportunities for our students, but have also positioned the university as a vital contributor to the economic and social development of our region. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, members of the Board of Regents, my name is Jeff Thompson, THOMPSON, and I serve as Executive Vice President and Provost of the university and a physics professor at the university. I started my journey at the university in August of 1991, and I've been promoted through the academic ranks and served the university in numerous leadership roles. During my time at the university, I've observed the leadership, character, philosophy, and vision of 6 university presidents, and I've learned something from every one of them. Without a doubt, Brian Sandoval is the best president that has led my university. President Sandoval has an unwavering belief in the University of Nevada, Reno, and he is deeply committed to the success of every student, employee, alumni, and friend of our university. His support and respect for our students, faculty, and staff are unparalleled, and his relentlessly positive attitude inspires us all to strive for excellence. Walking across our campus, he waves and smiles to everyone and will engage in conversation with anyone, no matter how busy he is or how late he is, because he cares about their well-being. He also picks up trash and pulls weeds as he walks across campus. President Sandoval has not only envisioned a brighter future for our university, but has taken tangible steps to turn this vision into reality. He has big dreams for UNR because he believes in us and he is committed to the university's mission. And as you've heard, our students love him because he cares about them. I've never seen a student section at a basketball game chant the president's name and cheer for him as he walks in front of them, or chant the president's name when he is introduced at our graduation ceremony. I've had the honor of working for President Sandoval for the last several years, and I learned to look to history to make my point. President Abraham Lincoln said, "Upon the subject of education, not presuming to dictate any plan or system respecting it, I can only say that I view it as the most important subject which we as a people can engage in." President Sandoval leads with the belief that education is the most important subject that we can be engaged in. I implore you to renew his contract. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Donald Abbott, DON-ALD, ABB-OTT. I'm a Sparks City Council member. I'm the Mayor Pro Temp, and I'm reading a letter on behalf of Mayor Lawson, who couldn't be here today. Dear members of the Nevada System of Higher Education Board of Regents, as the Mayor of Sparks, Nevada, I want to express my support of Brian Sandoval as the President of the University of Nevada, Reno. President Sandoval has been committed to the university, building partnerships with local communities and government entities during his tenure, such as with the city of Sparks. Earlier this year, the university included Sparks as part of their urban heat mapping campaign, along with a dozen other local and national stakeholders. This study will help our community understand where extreme heat is most affecting us and allow us to plan for our neighborhoods to be better for future generations. The city of Sparks has also partnered with the Nevada Water Innovation Institute at the university to research advanced water purification technologies, helping to provide future methods to manage our community's water quality and resources. I'm also thankful that the President Sandoval has worked to provide dual credit options to our students at Reed High School. Students who enroll in the university's collegiate academy can get a head start on their college degree whilst they are still in high school, providing more options to those who want to pursue higher education early at a lower cost. This program continues to grow and expand each year, and we hope to see more Washoe County schools in Sparks partner with the university to provide this option for our youth. I hope you'll consider renewing President Sandoval's contract as the university president, and I will look forward to building upon our partnerships with the university in the future. Sincerely, Mayor Lawson, and I'll just speak on behalf of myself as a fellow Sparksite. I know you grew up here in Sparks. We appreciate what he has done for our region, as our whole community. Is an amazing role model to not only the members at this high school or members of the university, but to members in our Sparks community in Reno as a whole. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Patricia Richard. I am President Sandoval's Chief of Staff and Interim Vice President for Advancement at the University of Nevada, Reno. I want to say, as his Chief of Staff for the first 2.5 years, I got to watch him every single day interacting with faculty, staff, students, with the community. And from day one, he came in prepared to lead. It was a very difficult time with COVID, and he made very difficult decisions within the first 4 days of his presidency. He did them while gathering information from across campus, across a very complex organization with 4,000 employees, academics, research, and the decisions made a tremendous difference for the safety and the success of our students and our faculty. For the next 2.5 years, I watched him make decisions that moved this university forward in unprecedented ways, including the acquisition of Sierra Nevada College. I was there when the conversation took place, and what was obvious was the trust that President Sandoval has developed over a lifetime of service to this state. I am now responsible for the fundraising at the University of Nevada, Reno. Fundraising success depends on trust. And we have had two of the biggest fundraising years in the history of the university. And that is because when we go out, and I say we as a team within advancement of development officers, of finance people, of donor relations, and we talk about what this university is doing, there is trust in the leadership and the decisions that are being made. And that has resulted in tremendous success for this university. Approximately $83 million last year, and this year is not finalized and we don't have the audit, but we are on track to close with more than $73 million. That doesn't happen without the president. I support the renewal of his contract. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, members of the board, my name is Marcus Kemmelmeyer. That's Kemmelmeier. I've been on this campus for 23 years, 21 years of those as a professor and 2 years as the graduate dean. You've heard much about President Sandoval's personal qualities and his leadership, and I really stipulate to that. But what has not yet been mentioned, and what I have experienced myself, is really his strong support of graduate students. During the last 2 years, during the time that I have been office, I have witnessed that President Sandoval has been an ardent supporter of graduate students. He has helped expand the number of graduate assistantships that ultimately the legislature funded, an increase also funded by the legislature, which required his strong advocacy to expand the graduate stipends. But also, he has ensured that the graduate assistants who work for at least 20 hours per week on this campus as graduate assistants now have 100% of their graduate tuition paid for. Ultimately, this was a tremendous benefit to graduate students, also a great benefit to the university overall, because it has made us much more competitive. Overall, I implore you to continue President Sandoval's contract. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Stacy Montooth. I'm a citizen of the Walker River Paiute Nation, and I have the privilege of serving as the Executive Director of the Nevada Indian Commission for our great state. Please know the Nevada Indian Commission will become a standalone agency, the Nevada Department of Native American Affairs, as of July 1. In that capacity, we will continue to be the conduit between our 28 federally recognized tribal nations and the governor's office. Our charge is to improve the quality of life for the 80,000 Native Americans living in the original lands of the Numu, the Numa, the Nui, and the Washishu. I'm here with the endorsement of Nevada Governor Joe Lombardo, representing my staff and my family, to express support for Brian Sandoval and encourage a favorable job review. As you know, this body, the University of Nevada System of Board of Regents, voted in favor of appointing Brian Sandoval during your meeting in September of 2020, the 17th president of UNR. After just about 60 days on the job, I put in an urgent call to President Sandoval after the Nevada Indian Commission's board directed me to do so, to discuss the university's position regarding a federal law, the Native American Graves Protection Act. After a virtual meeting, because it was in the midst of the pandemic, after meeting with elders, elected tribal leaders, and other trusted voices throughout Indian country, President Sandoval formulated a plan and went to work. In addition to the compliance of the federal law being addressed, President Sandoval has established a 3-person Office of Indigenous Relations to build meaningful long-term relationships with our tribal communities.
The success of his continued efforts is reflected in not just the visibility of Native American people, Native American culture and education services, but most obviously by a surge in Native American learners at UNR.
Thank you. I'm sorry, you're over time. but
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Suzanne Welcome, Welcome, and I'm here to address some comments that were made in the March version of this meeting. I wanted to let you know as a faculty member and as a human that the comments about transgender athletes that were made in this meeting made their way into my classroom. They impacted my students, they impacted my family. So I promised them, and I promised myself, and I promised my kids that when this meeting was held on our campus during Pride Week, that I would come before you and ask you to make sure that that does not happen again. So if there are policies or anti-discrimination clauses that can be written for this board so that my students don't hear people say those things about them again, I would really appreciate your support of those policies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Patrick Villa, VILLA, Faculty Senate Chair at CSN. 3 quick things I want to share. Number 1, Faculty Senate chairs, all of us go to all these meetings. We represent all of the faculty at the different institutions. I want to take a second to recognize Peter Reed, who is our representative, and he doesn't get as much credit as he deserves for helping us, coordinating us, speaking with all of you on a regular basis. So thank you, Peter, very much. Number 2, I was unfortunately out of state and unable to attend the marathon special meeting you had a couple weeks ago. But I want to thank the board and Chancellor Charlton and everybody for finally appointing an acting president for CSN. And I hope you will follow what you passed of what Regent Del Carlo said of ASAP, I believe she said, of getting the search underway for our permanent president coming up. So thank you all for that. And last, I speak to you as a father of a daughter who goes to UNR. I also support the contract extension of President Sandoval. I've had bad luck all my years. I try to find the best schools for my kids to go to. We always start off with great principals, and then they always leave for one reason or another before they finish, and we end up with somebody who's not so good. So I encourage you. I'm happy with everything that that school has done, and I appreciate your work here. So I do support his contract extension. Thank you all again.
Thank you.
Dr. Bill Robinson, Chair of the UNLV Faculty Senate. Do not worry, I am not about to turn into Kent Irvin and be here at every single meeting of every single thing. When I'm gone, you might still see me occasionally, but I will not be here every day. My campus still does not, every human being who walks on my campus, whether they identify by their faith, whether they identify by their gender, by their ethnicity, by their however they identify, they should be able to walk on my campus in perfect safety, have conversations and experiences, and it just should be that they can be a human being of their human being on my campus and not have to worry. And we just aren't as committed to that as we need to be. Dr. Seuss said you got to judge people by what they do, not by what they say. And I'm not going to leave that battle. I'm not going to leave that fight. It still needs to happen. But given that, I just want to first thank you all. I've been dealing with boards of regents since 1981, before most of you were born. This is the first time I actually, even though we don't always agree on things and this is the first time I actually feel like when the faculty come talk to the regents, they're actually willing to listen, like every single one of them. And I appreciate that very much. And so I want to thank you all for the year we've had. I want to thank forced into the job Chancellor Charlton, who is trying to get out of here as quick as she can. I know. I want to thank Carrie and her staff. They are just absolutely amazing. We're celebrating today all of the outgoing senates and students, and we stole these from graduation. So when Chair Carvalho, 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, whenever we finish this meeting, we want you to celebrate with us the outgoing Senate chairs tonight and the outgoing student body leaders by waving your lightsaber with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mridul Gautam, Mridul, last name Gautam, Gautam. I'm the Vice President for Research and Innovation at the University of Nevada, Reno. So this is in full support of a renewed position for President Sandoval in the next coming 4 years. The good thing about being the last is there's not much left for me to say. And the good thing about being last is everybody has said it. However, so I'll focus on things that have not been said. We know about his past. Leadership, as you know, is not about doing A or B or C. It's about inspiring the people that you're leading. It's about inspiration and not just motivation. It's about a leader who empowers the team that she or he creates. And this is what has happened at this university. I can go on about the data and the numbers, but you've seen all that. Here is a leader who's been characterized by, if I can say one thing, pragmatism, inclusivity, access, caring for the student body, caring for this institution, doing things today which may not be popular. They are. I'm not saying they are or they're not, but worrying about what does it look like 10 years from now? The impact something will have 50 years from now. I know this because we're leading programs in research and economic development and research and innovation over here. And that's about what happens 10 years from today. In addition to that, there's a lot of pragmatism that goes with that. He's been laser focused on research and scholarship that has a societal impact. You know, I've been in academics for 40 years. The thing about a president who's done almost everything there is to be done as a governor, as an attorney general, and as I can go on again, but the wealth of experience and thought that has come to this campus with President Sandoval has been so refreshing. Things that I would never think of.
You're over time now, I'm sorry.
All I can say is things that I see in Reno, not just on this campus, are because of the vision and the commitment of Brian Sandoval, and I'm proud to be on his team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, Regents, Kent Irvin, ERVIN, Nevada Faculty Alliance. I would like to bring your attention to our written public comment regarding Agenda Item 20, the approval of the distribution of student registration fees. You might have missed it among all the letters from politicians, administrators, community leaders, and a movie star. Over the past, larger portions of student registration fees have been diverted from the state operating budget into discretionary expenditure categories, including capital improvements and general improvements. Those are important too, but the state operating budget funds our core educational activities and mission, including instructor salaries. Students pay per credit fees primarily to take classes they need to graduate, not so much to pay for future buildings through bonds or leases. The general improvement fees provide important campus-wide student support services, although the legislative audit criticized NSHE for allowing some of those funds to be used for athletics and for bands, which serve a smaller number of students. As justified in our written submission, NFA recommends that a minimum percentage of the student registration fees be allocated to the main operating budget, at least 70% for universities and 75% for the community colleges. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Regent Boylan, are you making public comment?
No, ma'am. This is a question for council.
Okay,
With your permission.
go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Through you to Council Nielsen or Wixom, is it ethical for people who are getting paid a salary, taxpayers' money, to stand up there at the podium and wax poetic and gain some brownie points to praise their boss? Is this an ethical thing? Is this something that we should be doing, or is there some rule, law, or regulation that controls this? Because this looks really brownie points to me, most of them.
Yeah, Chris Nielsen for the record. Regent Boylan, the short answer is no. I think public comment is a forum for anyone who wants to speak on matters within the jurisdiction of this body. And I think many of the comments we just heard were in support of a couple of agenda items. So I do not see any ethical issues. So I hope that answers your question.
Not really. So if they're getting paid a salary, they can come to a meeting and make public comment. I know public comment is for anybody, but when you're getting paid for something else, can you stand up here and take out that time from what you're getting paid to do public comment? I'm really curious about this.
Regent Boylan, is it possible that maybe you could take this up offline? We hear what you're saying, but I'd like to continue with public comment on the phone. Thank you.
It's possible, but I won't. I just think I made my point because
Okay.
there's just crickets there.
Thank
you,
you.
ma'am.
SES, is there any public comment on the phone?
Yes, Madam Chair. Caller with the phone number ending in 0100, please press *6 to unmute the phone. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Hello, Board of Regents. This is Molly Apple. Actually, I'm getting some feedback. I wonder if people would be okay with me unmuting my Zoom. I'm so sorry.
Hello?
Hello?
Can folks hear me?
Can folks hear me?
Okay, hello everyone. You have a hefty agenda this meeting, so I'm just going to be splitting up my comments on our agenda items across the public comment opportunities. And today I'd actually like to speak as your constituent on the IHRA definition in the proposed revision to the handbook. And I speak as a Jewish professor, soon to be Jewish mother. And I ask you not to mobilize the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism in my name. By no means am I asking you to ignore the voices of Jewish students who have made public comment about their safety at our board meetings. What I am asking you to do is to recognize and celebrate that there is immense diversity and nuance within the Jewish community, including on the topic of Gaza and the conflation of criticism of the state of Israel with anti-Semitism. Please do not uplift a definition of anti-Semitism that negates and silences this diversity as you pursue protection of my community. I also truly see a commitment to protecting our core NSHE values of diversity, equity, inclusivity, belonging, and safety within the impetus of the resolution that's been tabled and the handbook revision. I applaud when you show your leadership through a commitment to engaging directly with your constituents and trusting in the perspectives of your NSHE experts, including seeing students as people that hold expertise on this matter, rather than simply being its recipients. This leadership is critical as we work together to protect the professionals who do the urgently necessary work of DEI in higher ed, which of course includes yourselves. Thank you, Regents, as always.
Thank you.
All right, next caller with the last 4 digits ending in 0606. Please press *6 to unmute your phone. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
My name is Todd Rucker, Toddruecker. When I came to UNR in 2019 as the incoming director of core writing, there was a lot of positive energy on campus with a growing student body, increasing numbers of faculty, and a multi-year investment in improving writing and speaking instruction. Unfortunately, UNR in 2024 is a very different place than in 2019. Faculty and staff morale across the university has declined precipitously, and many are actively seeking an exit. I want to briefly highlight 2 failures of leadership under Sandoval's administration: an intolerance of diverse perspectives and budget mismanagement. In terms of intolerance of diverse perspectives, the line of highly paid administrators singing Sandoval's praises today says what you need to know. Faculty and staff are uncomfortable providing critical feedback on this campus. One phrase I hear time and time again is fear of retaliation. This intolerance is also seen in leadership searches, as time and time again we have seen search committees being bypassed or internal or otherwise known candidates being hired after, quote, national searches. Since 2020, we have had 85% turnover in college dean positions, a number that shocks my colleagues at other institutions. In terms of the budget, we have seen a number of flashy projects that have diverted resources from our core academic mission, leading to draconian cuts to colleges and departments. In particular, I found it devastating to tell one of our devoted adjunct faculty that her pay was being cut by 30% to roughly $28,000 a year. Shortly after that, I learned that executives receive raises in excess of this beyond their COLAs. Lower adjunct pay means we cannot adequately staff our classes. Since President Sandoval's contract renewal is a foregone conclusion, I encourage you to push for remediation in terms of budget management and leadership appointments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Caller with the number ending in 0550, please press *6 to unmute. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair Cavallo, Vice Chair Downs, members of the Board of Regents, and Chancellor Charlton. For the record, Caroline McIntosh, MCINTOSH. I'm a proud alumna of UNR, and it is my honor to offer support for UNR President Brian Sandoval's employment renewal. As a retired Nevada School District Superintendent, I am very impressed with President Sandoval's accomplishments in increasing dual enrollment participation throughout Nevada high schools. UNR's dual enrollment has increased from 395 students to over 5,000 students in 2 years. UNR's dual credit program offers rigor and engagement to high school students that were previously unable to participate in university-level courses on their high school campuses. Dual credit programs also serve as a gateway for students to successfully enroll in Nevada universities and colleges upon high school graduation. It is the first step in developing an educated and trained workforce in Nevada. In addition to President Sandoval's many successes detailed in his evaluation and shared today, I would like to compliment him for his strong communications plan. I live in Ely and feel apprised with the activities and goals at UNR. President Sandoval's goals are clear and include a vision for the future. Finally, President Sandoval is accessible. He is available to meet in person and via Zoom for those that live outside of Reno. Thank you for your support and this opportunity.
Thank you.
Caller with the number ending in 8200, please press *6 to unmute your phone. State and spell your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes to address the board. Chair, they just dropped off. That's the last caller we have at this time.
Thank you, SCS. At this time, I'm going to change the agenda again. We are going to go straight to item number 13, which is the personnel session and periodic evaluation for President Brian Sandoval. And then after that, we will take a break. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chancellor Charlton.
Good afternoon, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, and members of the Board of Regents. Today I stand before you to present the periodic evaluation for President Sandoval. And similar to our process that we talked about just a few short months ago, this evaluation, this periodic evaluation is being conducted in accordance with the Procedures and Guidelines Manual, Chapter 2, Section 2.2 and 2.3. I will be joined today by the external consultant, Lori Perdue, who, according to our policy as we go through our process, if we use an external facilitator, we will be consistent throughout that process. And I really want to also acknowledge my appreciation for all of the hard work as we have done 3 of these very comprehensive periodic evaluations this year. This evaluation process began in September of 2023. So not only has President Sandoval endured this process throughout the entire academic year, so has the committee and so has the institution. During that time, we started this process, again, as I mentioned, in September with the creation of a committee. And that committee included Ms. Daphne M. Hooper, the director of UNR's Director of Indigenous Relations, Ann Morgan, the UNR Foundation Chair and Board of Trustees, Dr. Peter Reed, UNR Faculty Senate Chair, Director of the Sanford Center for Aging and Professor of Public Health, Dr. Dave Shintani, UNR Vice President, Provost Undergraduate Education, and myself. Ms. Perdue will go through the committee's report, but I'd like to highlight just a few things for the board that were included in the materials that I presented to you. As you know, President Sandoval began as UNR president in October of 2020. As many of the presidents, the three presidents that we've talked about, began at the height of the COVID pandemic. Through his tenure, he has received a number, as has UNR, advanced and several recognition, including the Carnegie Foundation's, where in 2020 UNR was granted designation for community engagement, which is a Carnegie classification noteworthy of only 119 institutions nationally. And he's also improved the R1 institution designation to a very high research activity. Under his leadership, he has also raised the visibility of UNR, increasing student access, diversity, increasing graduation rates, supporting faculty and staff achievements and innovation, and increased philanthropic support with a record number of philanthropic donations received this year. During this evaluation process, I had opportunity on several occasions to speak with President Sandoval specifically about the improvements in his commitment to addressing Title IX issues. Where over the time, and we've heard this information even earlier today on a report, where he increased staffing by 100-fold and increased staffing by over 100%, adding additional investigators, caseworkers, and then also reducing the amount of open cases from what was over 150 to just 14, which we heard earlier today. He's also made significant financial contributions that were critical to addressing Title IX compliance, including in the area of athletics. So I did want to add that also during my time having the opportunity to work with President Sandoval, not just through this evaluation process, except for I did begin in this capacity in September of 2023, he has demonstrated a very strong commitment to communication, engagement with students, working with faculty, staff, students, the Faculty Senate in particular, but also the significant community engagement and outreach, not just locally within the state, but nationally and globally. His dedication to addressing challenges is directly highlighted as he has engaged with the students throughout the university environment during periods of unrest and uncertainty. During this evaluation process, he has engaged extensively with the committee, and even so much as asking the committee's advice as we move forward on opportunities for his success, and did that with a heartfelt and sincere recognition of opportunities to move this institution forward and to work collaboratively with faculty, staff, researchers, and the community. So I'm now going to turn it over to Ms. Perdue to walk through the process, and we will be available for questions of the board.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Perdue.
Hello. Thank you for having me back. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chancellor, but Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, Board of Regents, Presidents, and everyone else in the room. Thank you for having me. This is my third time doing this. It's been a tremendous experience. I'm very grateful. But I am Lori Perdue. I served as the external consultant to support the evaluation committee in President Sandoval's periodic presidential evaluation. And my goal today is to just do a summary for you of the 9 NSHE established performance criteria. The committee does appreciate the effort that President Sandoval put into preparation of his self-evaluation. It was extremely thorough, 3-inch binder thorough, 2 of them. But it provided the committee really with an in-depth view of the Wolfpack Rising strategic plan, the goals, and the results during the president's first term. The evaluation committee dedicated a great deal of time and effort to perform their duties. They performed 48 interviews. They had an open forum that had over 100 attendees, and synthesizing all that information was a lot of work. So thank you to the evaluation committee publicly for your engagement and participation in the process and your input to the final report. I'm now going to walk you through each of the NSHE performance criteria and highlight elements that demonstrate President Sandoval's fulfillment of the expectations in his first term. Criteria 1, progress on meeting previously established goals of the president, including any relevant data. It's clear that President Sandoval has made considerable progress in meeting previously established goals, as evidenced by the creation and execution of the university's Wolfpack Rising strategic plan and the associated metrics and data points provided in his self-evaluation. President Sandoval's early term goals included, first, expanding remote learning opportunities for on and off campus students. The Nevada Online Strategy was developed and executed to build a strong foundation for remote learning by streamlining services, tools, and support for students and faculty members. The second goal was to increase growth of the UNR dual enrollment program. The dual enrollment population grew from 395 students in 21-22 to 5,284 students in 23-24. Along with the population growth, there was also a growth of course offerings up to 25, with plans for additional courses in the future. The third goal was increasing international student enrollment. There was a partnership created with Shorelight to strategically grow the international student population and include wraparound services to support the students' transition to the United States and their success at the university. The fourth goal was to increase the student of color population and improve and increase supporting services. Year over year, the students of color population has grown by 7%, with 49% of the fall 2023 class identifying as part of this population. President Sandoval referenced over 40 resources, activities, clubs, and academic programs that are providing ongoing support, promoting community and success for students of color at the University of Nevada, Reno. The self-evaluation, along with the evidence gathered by the committee, underscores the tangible progress made in these areas. Detailed information provided in the self-evaluation and throughout the final report further supports the committee's conclusion that Criterion 1 was met. Criteria 2, an assessment of the institution's advancement of goals outlined in the institution's strategic plan under the President's stewardship include the following: an assessment of the institutional initiatives designed to support the institutional strategic plan. Under President Sandoval's leadership, the comprehensive Wolfpack Rising strategic plan was created with multiple initiatives to be deployed. And to deliver on this extensive plan, he had to establish a formal governance structure to provide supervision and ensure progress towards the goals of the plan. The Strategic Enablement Office, the Steering Committee, and the Working Group were successfully created to promote execution and progress towards the goals of the strategic plan and the success of initiatives that are detailed throughout the President's self-evaluation, the Chancellor's memo, and the committee's final report. The second part of Criterion 2 is a review of the institutional metrics established to measure progress towards the achievement of goals outlined in the institutional strategic plan pursuant to Title IV, Chapter 14 of the Board Handbook. Metrics established in the Wolfpack Rising strategic plan have shown positive results in student success, infrastructure improvement, academic growth, growth in research, sustainability, and global elevation of the university's brand. The detailed success and metrics associated with the 6 goals of the strategic plan can be reviewed in the final report, pages 4 through 10. But with that, here's a few highlights for each of the 6 goals. The first goal, strengthening the PAC, includes student enrollment, retention, and faculty and staff investments. Highlights include the university achieved increased enrollment numbers exceeding pre-pandemic levels and welcomed the largest first-year class from Washoe County in university history. There was an increase in 6-year degree completion rates from 58% to 62%. Hispanic student retention is up 3%, and students of color first-year retention is within 1.4% of first-year retention rates. President Sandoval detailed continuous plans to enhance retention resources for at-risk populations through the resource and first-generation student centers. Additionally, the final report details out 12 initiatives that were implemented to improve student retention and degree completion. Thoughtful investments were also made under President Sandoval's leadership to positively impact faculty and staff, including the addition of 42 faculty positions, the development of a performance pay and rewards model and continual review of salary parity, attention to diversity in hiring staff and faculty to meet National Association of System Heads Equity Action Framework and Diversity Initiatives, newly created University Office of Advancement in Teaching Excellence, improved communication pathways for the university's workforce, and creation of a plan to measure and impact faculty and staff engagement and morale. Under Goal 2, invest in our future. This focuses on the evaluation and investment in resources, services, and infrastructure that will position the university to support its growth trajectory and position itself as a leading institution in higher education. Key initiatives focus on optimizing efficiencies, implementing data-driven budget reports, aligning the best practices of other land-grant institutions, creating a facilities master plan, incorporating inclusive design principles into all new environments, digital and physical, and continued advancement of the Digital Wolfpack Initiative. Outcomes in this area are still in their initial stages, but timelines and metrics are established and in process to promote the university's overall growth and advancement. Under the third goal of Lead for Nevada, it's a priority for President Sandoval to excel at fulfilling the university's mission as a land-grant institution. And it is notable that he was nominated and elected by his peers to the Association for Public Land-Grant Universities Board of Directors. Under his leadership, there have been 19 initiatives launched that demonstrate the president's thorough understanding and commitment to the land-grant institution mission. Under President Sandoval's leadership, work was done to improve the university's academic portfolio, bridge the skills gap for students, and expand services in collaboration with communities in Nevada. Transform the world is the fourth goal. It's centered on positioning the university for research and development growth. The University of Nevada, Reno's research contribution amounts to almost 60% of all research and development expenditures across all NSHE institutions. The university collaborates with 102 countries and 1,739 institutions. Some research initiatives were underway prior to the president's tenure. However, his leadership has notably elevated attention and investment in research at the university. A few highlights support success in research. There have been 4 American Association for Advancement of Science Fellow Awards, 18 National Science Foundation Career Awards in the last 3 years, compared to 9 in the preceding 3 years. 6 National Endowment for Humanities Fellowships in the past 6 years, compared to only 1 in the previous 22 years. In 2022, the university achieved a record high research and development expenditure of $181,782,000, or $287,000 per faculty expenditure, making this an all-time high for the institution. The university ranks in the top 15% in the National Science Foundation's ranking. Goal 5, make silver and blue the new green. This goal positions the university to be a leading environmental expert. Accomplishments in this area are already making a meaningful impact on local, regional, and global environmental challenges. The detailed projects can be found in the president's self-evaluation on pages 99 through 114. That was a lot of pages to try to summarize and very complex work. But the Global Water Center and the interdisciplinary graduate program leaders have led efforts or collaborated on the following projects. Management of carbon sequestration, I had to practice that one, in the meadows of the Sierra Nevada and Great Basin, addressing the impacts of wildfire smoke on Lake Tahoe, influencing public policy through emergency response scientific efforts in the Tahoe Basin, and developing cross-disciplinary proposals to focus on water and wildlife issues. And lastly, the Wonders of Mekong 8-year project, convening 9 organizations and institutions, generating media stories from 1,000 media outlets. These are only a few highlights. Like I said, it was very difficult to summarize all the amazing work that's being done in these areas and that are driving research initiatives at the university. Additional work is being done in the areas of development of green and sustainable societies, reducing the university's carbon footprint, and expanding sustainability efforts. The final goal, expand the Wolfpack impact, is designed to grow the brand and reputation of the university locally, nationally, and globally. Under the president's leadership, a marketing and communications plan was built to impact enrollment growth, promote persistence, and drive brand awareness and engagement. Two supporting metrics of success are in 2022, the university was part of 45,909 media stories, equaling a value of $43.8 million in publicity, which is $1 million year-over-year increase. And alumni giving rates grew by $2,190,000 between 2021-22 and 22-23. President Sandoval's vision and strategic acumen are evident in the Wolfpack Rising Plan, which demonstrates clear objectives, actionable strategies, and commitment to continuous improvement. The plan and the outcomes in his first term underscore the president's stated motive and mission of his presidency. And he told us this multiple times throughout the process, that his motive and his goal is to make the University of Nevada, Reno the best it can possibly be. The committee is confident that criteria 2A and B expectations were met. The third area of criteria 2 is the assessment of diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives in support of the institutional strategic plan and board strategic goals. Under President Sandoval's leadership, there have been 2 plans put in place in his first term to advance DE&I efforts at the university. The first identified 4 specific goals to drive university-wide efforts through specific unit execution, and the second incorporated the original 4 goals, but provided additional emphasis and strategies to drive the mission further, adding additional training, recognition, and tools. Multiple initiatives were implemented across the university to support the identified goals, and through the committee's activities, the stakeholders confirmed that there is a positive presence of diversity, equity, and inclusion on campus, and that improvement has occurred under President Sandoval's leadership. The committee feels the criteria was met. Criteria 3, an assessment of the degree to which the president's goals have been aligned with the goals of the board, the institution's strategic plan, and the goals of the state. During President Sandoval's first term, he has demonstrated alignment in this area through the development of the strategic plan, as well as through action he has taken to advance the university and create student success opportunities. As we mentioned, there's 6 comprehensive goals in the Wolfpack Rising Plan. 4 of those 6 goals include all 5 NSHE goals and have supporting initiatives. The other 2 goals align and support with multiple areas of the NSHE goals. One specific area that was highlighted in the report and the Chancellor's memo was the improvement made to come in line with the NSHE standards for student-to-advisor ratios. At one point, the ratio at University of Nevada, Reno was 380 to 1. It was outside the NSHE goal of 350 to 1. This was primarily due to unfilled positions. Despite the challenge the challenge posed by the unfilled positions, this presented a great opportunity for the university to execute on the strategic plan by promoting diversity in hiring practices and intentionally hiring to support at-risk populations. The positions were filled strategically with attention to the at-risk student populations, and the ratios are back in line with NSHE goals. The evaluation committee feels the criteria was met. Criteria 4. An assessment of the overall academic quality of the institution. Throughout the evaluation process and activities, President Sandoval demonstrated a thorough understanding of the importance of program review, generating internal and external feedback, understanding learning outcomes, rankings, and course evaluations to ensure the academic quality of the university. During the president's first term, achievement in this area was also demonstrated through the university's elevated position in several rankings. Those include an increased position from 263rd to 195th in the U.S. News World and Report 2024 Best Colleges ranking. The New York Times College Access Index ranking lists UNR as number 48 out of 286, or in the top 16.7%. Worldwide ranking through Webometrics ranked UNR 128 out of 3,180 institutions worldwide. The committee agrees that President Sandoval has met the expectations of Criteria 4. Criteria 5, an assessment of the financial status of the institution. President Sandoval demonstrated a comprehensive understanding of the university's financial position. He's working to mitigate budget deficits and still meet the goals and objectives of the university. The university has 3 months of operating expenses and cash reserves totaling $168.6 million, which is industry standard for public institutions. He assumed his position in challenging financial times and has introduced strong fiscal management to ensure the financial stability of the university. We feel the criteria was met. Criteria 6, an assessment of the challenges and opportunity facing the institution. The committee agreed that President Sandoval has a clear understanding of the university's overall position and can clearly and effectively communicate challenges and opportunities facing the institution. The university has a budget deficit resulting from the partially funded cost of living adjustment and university enrollment numbers being lower than expected. His position is clear that the road to success for the university is through growth, but it has to be a delicate balance, instilling cost-saving measures without negatively impacting services, the functions that drive growth, student success, and university advancement. He identified the following opportunities that will positively impact the budget deficit, and those are increasing overall enrollment and international enrollment, implementing an online learning portfolio, growth through the collegiate academies, and growth in donor engagement and giving. Overall, President Sandoval's recognition and understanding of these challenges and opportunities demonstrate his proactive approach to strategic planning and his commitment to positioning UNR to be the best it can be. Criteria 7, an assessment of the president's relationships with the board, institutional leadership, faculty, and other key stakeholders. It was determined that President Sandoval has a strong understanding of how internal and external relationships impact the university and how the pace of work can affect opportunities for collaboration and inclusivity. He intentionally creates time to connect with stakeholders and relationship building and management in this area the committee felt is an area the president excels. Multiple stakeholders shared the same sentiments about the unique opportunity the university has with President Sandoval in his position. He was described as being able to naturally use a lifetime of personal development capital for the university's benefit. Stakeholders believe that the president's relationships and past experiences open the university up to new possibilities that would not happen without him and his influential relationships. Examples shared to support this are the Lake Tahoe campus, the Tech Wise program, the VA hospital, the Lake Tahoe Summit, the Renown Partnership, the Gwynn Center, and the Tech and Innovation Hub initiative. The committee acknowledges a range of sentiments regarding the president's relationship with faculty. That include excitement for the future, appreciation for his engagement, and recognition of new opportunities for the university that are created by his influence. There are also frustrations expressed around shared governance and the impact of budget cuts. The committee recognizes there's opportunity for President Sandoval to develop and strengthen the relationship with faculty and recognizes this involves multiple stakeholders and is not solely the responsibility of the president, but of leadership. The committee believes the perceptions of dissension can be addressed by implementing additional targeted communication vehicles and by building transparency and inclusivity into the decision-making process. The committee appreciates the candid discussion had with President Sandoval, unpacking this area of opportunity, and we are confident that he can make positive gains in this area with the collaboration and engagement of the team. In summary, the committee believes the criteria has been met and the president brings an unequaled influence to the university in this area. Criteria 8, the identification of any professional development the president wishes to pursue. President Sandoval identified the following areas of professional development that he will be working on. First, reading and research focused on leadership, strategy, and leading people. Second, development of a winter retreat for senior leaders to provide an opportunity for team building, elevated communication, and problem-solving sessions. And third, board involvement and networking to promote professional development through engagement with other leaders from other industries. Criteria 9, goals the president proposes for themselves over the course of the next year or contract period. President Sandoval's primary focus will be aimed on promoting growth and revenue to offset the budget deficit. He identified 15 goals associated with the Wolfpack Rising strategic plan that will be the focus for the senior leadership team in the upcoming term. He's also committed to the important work that needs to be done to improve Title IX performance and increase resources for that office. The committee is confident President Sandoval's plans and goals for the next contract period. In conclusion, the committee agrees that President Sandoval has successfully achieved the outcomes of success set forth by the Board of Regents. The committee witnessed tremendous support for President Sandoval's leadership as the president of the University of Nevada, Reno, through each of the committee's activities. The interview, the open forum, survey questions, they were all designed to gather information to support the NSHE criteria, but also to gather additional information that would help President Sandoval understand his influence, his impact, and how stakeholders view him. We feel it's important to highlight that feedback. As a leader, President Sandoval was described as having the following strengths: influence and impact. Possessing clear, comprehensive goals and vision that will advance the university in various aspects such as growth, diversity, research, community impact, innovation, and influence, which together advances students, faculty, administration, the university community, and the overall state of Nevada. Having effective communication skills with a variety of audiences, which creates opportunity, awareness, engagement, and investment for the university. Always demonstrating a passion for the university and his role in a variety of settings. Brings a powerful, unique skill set to the presidency that he expertly leverages to advance the university and all those associated with it. Excitement for the current state and the future of the university is felt on campus and within the community. Under the president's leadership, there's strong school spirit and student morale is said to be in a wonderful place. The community is rallying around the Wolfpack Way, and the impact of the president's leadership has elevated the reputation of the university, and stakeholders believe that that will continue to grow. The committee also identified 4 areas of opportunity to help President Sandoval continue to grow and develop as the president of the University of Nevada, Reno. Those opportunities were shared with him by the committee. First being continue advancing and achieving a comprehensive understanding of academia and research. Number 2, gain deeper understanding of the role and expertise of faculty to leverage their input, support their goals in alignment with the strategic plan and the vision for the university. Third, opportunities often require speed, which is not always characteristic of academia. So work to strike a balance between moving quickly to seize opportunities and ensuring stakeholders are engaged and feel part of the change and innovation. And fourth, prioritize opportunities to positively impact the university's workforce morale with the help of the senior leadership team. It's the position of the evaluation committee that President Sandoval's contract be renewed for an additional term so that he can continue the strong progress and student success that he has started in his first term at the university. Under his continued leadership, the institution can continue to grow together in the Wolfpack Way, diversifying and growing enrollment, elevating student achievement and the reputation of the university, advancing impactful research, and promoting the interests and the influence of faculty. Not only will the University of Nevada, Reno continue to benefit, but NSHE and the entire state will be elevated from his influence and his drive to make the University of Nevada, Reno the best that it can be. And as I sign off, thank you to everybody for allowing me to be part of this process. It has truly been an honor.
Thank you, Ms. Perdue, for that comprehensive review of President Sandoval's periodic evaluation. At this time, I'll open it up to members of the board for any comments or questions, and I will also remind you that this is for possible action.
Motion for approval.
I have a motion from Regent Arascata, and I have a second from Regent Del Carlo, and I'll go to Regent Brown.
Thank you so much, President Sandoval. And also thank you to Ms. Perdue. It's really a comprehensive overview, and I appreciate everyone who came up and spoke in public comment. I just had 2 takeaways that I just wanted to kind of unpack a little bit. And she kind of summarized it towards the end there. So there seems to be a slight imbalance between the academic side and the business side of the institution. Just meaning, when you run a business, you can scale it, and it's hard to bring everything with us. And we acknowledged earlier that academics does move a little bit slower than the business. So I'm just curious, can you share how your understanding of academia has evolved since starting as president? And what specific steps have you taken to deepen your knowledge and engagement with the academic process of UNR? And it's kind of a two-part because what have you also learned from the academic community that has influenced your leadership? And I'm happy to repeat that second one.
Thank you. Madam Chair, to you and through you to Regent Brown, and I appreciate the question. Suppose I'll start with, and Brian Sandoval for the record, I'll start here. I've had the benefit of working with three amazing chairs of the Faculty Senate. Dr. Amy Payson was there for the first 2 years, and then working, as I mentioned, with Dr. Reed, and then the others, Eric. And each one of them brought a different set of leadership and strengths, and Eric Marchand, and came from different perspectives. So working very closely with them, particularly Dr. Payson during the pandemic, she was part of the several of the committees that we used to respond, and relying upon her expertise with regard to academia. And then Dr. Marchand coming from the engineering perspective, and then Dr. Reed, and met extensively with them individually, with their executive committees, also with the Faculty Senate. I think on a monthly basis, there are multiple opportunities where we meet together. I've also spent a lot of time with the deans. I've made the deans part of my senior leadership team. It used to be that it was just the VPs, and I thought it was very important to have the input and perspectives of each one of the deans for the colleges and schools throughout the university, and I meet with them. Also, spent a lot of time with the provost, and obviously I rely upon him in the provost's office, and meeting with his vice provost with regard to the academic enterprise. I mean, it is no secret that I don't come from an academic background. I bring a different skill set, and I bring a different book of experience that I think has been beneficial to the university. So I have really endeavored during my 3 years and 8 months to spend a lot of time with faculty to get a better appreciation for what they do and how engaged they are and how integral they are to the mission and success of the university. And so that, as I mentioned to the evaluation committee, will be an ongoing effort. I am very proud of the evolution of shared governance that has been on this campus, and the amount of time that I spend with the representatives from the Faculty Senate and meeting with the Faculty Senate very often. So I hope that is responsive to your question, but if you choose to approve my contract, I will continue to work with the faculty. I'm not perfect, and I say all the time to not let perfect get in the way of amazing. So I do try to be amazing and continue to work. When invited, I come to classes. I come to colleges and schools. I meet with staff. I meet with faculty. We just started a faculty appreciation or faculty of the month. So I meet have coffee and spend an hour with a member of the faculty to learn more about what they do. I've gone on research missions with our faculty. One of those was to Cambodia, which has resulted in an extension of a 4-year, $20 million research grant from USAID. So, as I said, I can always do better, but I'm working extremely hard to even better understand what happens on our campus.
And I appreciate that, and I don't think anybody would say that you haven't worked really hard. I mean, we heard folks, we've seen it. I was just asking, because a lot of times it is hard. It's hard for any head of a CEO, a president. It's hard to keep both sides. So kind of my other observation, similarly, is that your staff support the changes that are happening on campus. They've made that very clear. But they also kind of indicated that there is a burnout. There's only so much longevity that they can take until there needs to be some kind of changes. And so I am curious, how you actually view the role of the faculty in achieving the university's strategic objectives. It goes back to the whole like bringing the academic side up to the fast pace of the business. I heard a quote once, like, you can only go so far, or I wrote it down actually because I wanted to get it right, but it's, you can only grow so far until people stop following you. And I'm just curious, you know, what actions have you taken to kind of leverage the expertise as you're growing the business side, as we're, you know, building new buildings and going after new land? And because if you build a building but don't have the counselors to handle the students might be happy, but it's going to leverage the faculty. And I'm just curious how we're going to find a balance of that, as, you know.
No, and Madam Chair, through you to Regent Brown, I think an example of that is what was on BFF today and the acquisition of that property across the freeway. And I've learned to appreciate that I do need to slow down and have conversations with faculty. And an example of that is that property is that when the concept first came forward, I met with the chair and introduced the concept to him and the incoming chair. And then we introduced the concept to the faculty senate and left enough time to conduct a faculty survey and have a conversation with them. And that actually, the survey responses that came back, I went through them and they were very helpful in terms of what the perspective was with regard to campus. The business building, you know, I'll say this, the business faculty is very happy. The business building was constructed when I was a student here in 1984. And not only does the business faculty there, but the College of Liberal Arts cohabitates that building. And previously, the School of Social Work was there as well. So there was a desperate need for expansion in modern facilities for that College of Business. So at least, you know, I know that not all are happy with regard to the development of that business building, but I thought it was, and not just me, along with others, thought it was very important to the growth and future success of the university. And as I said, I know for sure that the business faculty is very excited about taking over that building.
And I'll just close out and let my other colleagues take over. And I would just say I wrote a bunch of notes, but basically I do think that there needs to be like a shared governance approach when looking at new projects, because there's opportunity and then there's bringing stakeholders into the process. And where I understand like if you're going to be agile versus, just different business models. And I feel like there might be a little bit of a next 4 years where we bring in a little bit more of the faculty side, which is what you're saying you're doing with the land across the street. So, I mean, I noticed that as like a major theme. So just wanted to bring it up. Thank you.
I understand and thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? So we have a motion on the floor from Regent.
I got a comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please go ahead, Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. Oh, as a native Nevadan from Reno and someone who has watched this university from the time I was almost born, having family right down the street, it's been an honor to watch you. And I don't know if you remember, but I marched with you in the Nevada Day Parade when you ran for governor the first time. That was great. But I think what I saw encapsulated, I really love the statement on page 2. It says he has leveraged a lifetime of personal development capital for the university's benefit. That encapsulates you. It's literally late in the day. I haven't had any wine yet either. Encapsulates you. And I don't think we would have ever gotten the UNR Lake Tahoe campus, and I think with it in my backyard, basically, I don't think people realize what a gem that is. And I hope someday in a June meeting, you'll have us up to the campus. That would be really great. And I think the other thing that I think is so wonderful about you is that you're resolute in what you believe. And I cite the equity access issue with the digital wolf pack. When I first read that, I was so impressed because that is equity. Why should some kids be able to afford it and some not? And we heard students today, and that's who we're trying to help. And this is the tool of today. It's not like I'm from the old age before, these things. I'm more comfortable writing than on this. So I really do appreciate that you've done for our students. And my other thing is I'm a big person for management by walking around. And coming to commencement this year, I made 4 of them. And it's just a joy to walk by you and hear the students, hear the parents. They just reach out to you. I mean, it's wonderful. And there's no wonder you had a 70% approval rating when you were governor, because it's really wonderful. And I just thank you, and I'm looking forward to working with you for the next 4 years. Wonderful job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Goodman.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a couple of points. I really love the model of we have academics that are doing great things. I worked for a mayor who had never touched his feet in politics, and he was an incredible mayor and basically revitalized and changed downtown Las Vegas. When I was student body president, I worked with Kenny Gwynn, who was $1 for a year as president of UNLV, and he did incredible things. So I think this model of having someone who has maybe a little bit of a different background, it's working and it's great, and I commend you on all you've done, and I think you've done incredible work, and I would like to make a motion for approval.
Yes,
Madam Chair.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Regent Prager.
Madam Chair.
Oh, you want to let Dr. Tarkanian
Okay,
go first?
yeah, of course. Thank you. Regent Tarkanian, I'm sorry if I ignored you. I'll go to you first. Please go ahead.
That's all right. First, I feel that I will be contacted by constituents in my area, my ward area, who will complain about the salary. $627,000 is a lot. And I almost fainted when I first read that amount. However, I stopped and thought.
Regent Tarkanian, can I just interrupt you for just a moment? Today, we're strictly talking about President Sandoval's periodic evaluation. Tomorrow, there's another agenda item to discuss his contract.
Okay, well, don't let me leave it with that, however.
Okay.
I just want to say that I realized that I was thinking about when I first started teaching.
Okay,
That's when
please
we
go
got
ahead.
paid nothing. I just wanted to, you go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Please continue.
No, I just wanted to say that I'd be contacted by these people, and but then I began to think, and if you want the best, you got to give the best, and that's it. I'm not going to go through everything. We have here something that is very rare. We have an absolutely magnificent person in the abilities needed to run a university. And it's hard to get that now, very, very hard. That's basically what I was going to say.
Thank you. You put that very well. Regent Breaker.
Thank you. I'll just take a moment. I know that we have a number of agenda items. I just wanted to say that Regent Goodman stole what I was going to say, but I do believe that there's more to leading the way that you do in regards to presidency, and like you said, academia, not coming from academia. Having a degree, being a governor, which I had the pleasure of being on the commission when you were there, it shows what can be done when the motives are pure and healthy, and that where your heart is and what you care about. And I think that says a lot about you. So I appreciate the way that you lead, that you listen to people, that you walk around the campus from which I know is true. You did a lot of that when you were governor. And I just appreciate the fact that you've shown what a campus can do and what people can feel with your character and your outstanding leadership. And I really appreciate it.
Thank you. We will take a roll call vote. So Carrie, can you do that for us?
Regent Perkins,
Aye.
Regent Tarkanian,
Aye.
Regent Ariscotta,
Yes.
Regent Boylan,
Aye.
Regent Brager,
Yes.
Regent Brooks,
Yes.
Regent Brown, Chair Carvalho.
Aye.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Regent Cruz Crawford,
Yes.
Regent Del Carlo,
Yes.
Vice Chair Downs,
Aye.
Regent Goodman,
Yes.
Regent McMichael.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Congratulations, President
you, Madam
Sandoval.
Chair. Thank you.
If you'd like to say a few words before we go to break, that would be great.
Now, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Board of Regents, I'm humbled to be able to serve you and work with my fellow presidents and serve the students, faculty, and staff of the University of Nevada. It is no secret, I love this place. I really attribute everything I am to this university and the opportunities that it gave me, because literally I was a kid from East Sparks raising sheep and never thought that I would be doing what I'm doing now, and it's because of this university. I'd also like to acknowledge the First Lady, who I believe is here, Laura Sandoval, who's also a graduate of the university, and she is selflessly given of herself and her time for this university. And finally, I want to thank, well, I shouldn't say finally, but the faculty staff of this university are special. And I think they all feel the same way about this university. And as I said, there's going to be respectful disagreements as you move forward. I think that's the nature of things. But I'm amazed every day and overwhelmed about what they do. And then the people that I work with every day in my office, and who I work with is with my vice presidents and all of them. If you could see how much time they spend in the service of this university and the students and faculty, it really, what's in this binder, I really give the credit to them for what they've done. So again, I know it's been a very long day, and I appreciate your time and thought. Also, the evaluation committee, I know, spent a lot of time on this, and I'm grateful to them. I'm grateful to the chancellor for the time that you spent. Ms. Perdue, I don't know where she went, but I'm thankful for her as well. This has been an 8 or 9 month journey, and a lot of time and effort has been put into it. So again, I'm very grateful to all of you for your support, and go Pack. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to keep going for a little while longer, so I'd like to just break for 5 minutes, and so we'll be back at 5:50. Okay, we're going to get started. Everybody, please take your seats. So next on the agenda is item number 4, Regents welcome and introductions. And I really want to limit this to 15 minutes or less. So Regents who have any thing you'd like to talk about, what you've been doing or anything, please let me know. So first will be Vice Chair Downs.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho. I'll make this brief, but I do want to make mention of a few things. I attended the co-requisite conference at Western Nevada College, and it was a great event. It was really nice to be there and be with other people who have a passion for teaching and learning and being able to see what other people do. It reminds me of the days when we used to have the community college conference like 20 years ago. And it'd be nice if we could get something like that going system-wide again. But I want to thank some specific people who spent a lot of time putting this on. First of all, the presenters, I don't have all their names, but
I applaud anyone who put together a program to present how they deliver content. So I want to thank Tracy Mendables from WNC, Shannon Covey from WNC, Timothy Mayo from WNC, Ann Flesher from TMCC, and I apologize if I say your name incorrectly, ZJ Wu from UNLV, Clara McCulley from WNC, Dean Strait from GBC, Dave Singleton from the NSHE office, and Renee Davis from the NSHE office, and also Vice Chancellor Archer for his guidance in this conference. So I also want to thank President Dolpe and Vice President Ryan for their support in hosting the event. And finally, I want to say thank you to Vice President Myrtle Gotham, Associate Vice President Josh Baker, Director Sarah Bisbing, and Forest Manager Hunter Noble for the wonderful tour of the Aspen Creek facility and the Whittle Forest. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other regents wanting to give updates? Hearing and seeing none, we will move on to item number 5, Chair of the Nevada Student Alliance Report. For this, I'll go to President Kevin Osorio Hernandez.
Well, thank you so much, Chair Carvalho. Good afternoon, for Kevin Osorio Hernandez for the record. Good afternoon, Chancellor, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, Regents, Presidents, and faculty and students. I am Kevin Osorio Hernandez, and I am honored to serve as the newly elected Chair of the Nevada Student Alliance. I recognize the incredible history of student activism that have paved the path for student leadership that has allowed me to sit here today. This history resonates deeply with me and informs my leadership ethos and how I show up in this space. I look forward to serving in this capacity alongside the newly elected Vice Chair, Dawson Deal, President of ASUN. And I also want to express my appreciation for previous Chair Stankute for her invaluable work in this seat. I want to congratulate her on graduating, and I look forward to welcoming Susanna as a new Nevada State University Scorpion. I'd like to introduce to you the new NSA members for the 2024 and 2025 year. President Tanya Akhter, UNR President for the GSA. President Miguel Cison, the UNR ASUN SOM, President proxied by President Babarai. President Teresa Marie, the UNLV GPSA President. President Alistair Dias, the UNLV CSUN President. President Leisha Allison, TMCC SGA, President Catalina Wilson, WNC AASWN, President Allison Van Holder, GBC SGA, and some student senators from CSN, Carmen Munoz and Gio Jones. I would like to quickly go over my pillars for this term as chair. Firstly, I want to really hone in on celebrating culture, belonging, and excellence in our system. The theme of belonging. This should be something that resonates across the state, and I look forward to celebrating excellence, backgrounds, and cultures of our students. Secondly, advancing student visibility and addressing student needs during the 2025 legislative session. And thirdly, co-creating a civic engagement campaign across NSHE, ensuring students are well-informed and engaged during this election year. And moving on to some updates from the student body presidents, the UNR GSA, they hosted a graduating champagne toast at the end of the spring semester, and the GSA team wants to thank Regent Del Carlo and Ariscata for joining the champagne toast, and wants to thank Regent Del Carlo for supporting the 150th Legacy in Silver Belt Buckle fundraising event. The GSA raised a total of $12,465 in revenue for graduate student scholarships, and they also held a spring award banquet recognizing 90 graduate students. They also organized social events like Pub and Sub and family barbecues, receiving tremendous support. In the spring, the GSA conducted a campus-wide climate survey among the graduate students, receiving 260 responses, and the survey reflected about 90% of students live off campus, and 50% of those students are sole earners in their family, and additionally, about 60% have an annual income between $15,000 and $25,000, which is pretty hard to live on. Additionally, they established a fundraising and community relations committee and a summer task force. From the UNR ASUN, the Associated Students of the University of Nevada, Reno are preparing for a 3-day annual retreat at the Lake Tahoe campus from June 7th through the 9th, marking the first time the event will be held there. From the UNR ASUN School of Medicine, they just graduated a new class of physicians last month with over 70 students matching into residency programs nationwide, including at least 9 in our great state of Nevada. The school is lobbying for more graduate medical education slots to retain more physicians, and third-year students begin hospital rotations in July, while second-year students start summer research externships or vacations. The ASUN SOM await the arrival of the new first-year students in August. From the UNLV GPSA, the Graduate and Professional Student Association held its 26th annual research forum with over 200 participants, and they organized grad appreciation nights with athletes and cap and gown loaner programs benefiting 142 graduates. The GPSA utilized COVID rollover funds to provide $300,000 for conferences and scholarships. From the UNLV CSUN, President Alistair Dias, proxied by Vice President Sayla Daly, reports concerns over campus protests, definitions, and impacting free speech related to the Middle East conflict. Safety remains a concern following the December 6th incident, with students advocating for increased building security and better campus lighting. From the ASWN, the Associated Students of Western Nevada concluded the year with elections and an award appreciation banquet. They hosted a de-stress fest to help students relax during finals and are now preparing for the fall semester with orientation and welcome back week. From Great Basin SGA, they welcome a new president and they are very excited to see an increase in enrollment. And from the TMCC SGA, they aim to enhance student engagement, academic excellence, inclusivity, and community collaboration. They plan events like Spirit Day on September 17th and a tailgate event on September 20 through the 21st to foster school pride and community spirit. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to a productive year working with all of you.
Thank you, and welcome back again. Next, we are on to item number 6, NSHE Classified Council Report. Do we have somebody to give that report from the Classified Council? Great, thank you.
Good afternoon, or evening, shall I say. Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, fellow Regent members, and Chancellor Charlton and attendees. Thank you for having us this afternoon. My name is Kayla Armbruster, and I'm the NSHE Classified Council, NCC, current scheduling coordinator for the NCC. As we close this fiscal year, we extend our appreciation to meet with the board and have regular meetings with the Chancellor and her cabinet. At the beginning of this fiscal year, our President, Helen Carvalho, set the goals where we were attempting to bring equality into programs across the NSHE institutions and finalize the NCC bylaws for approval. We held quarterly meetings with our constituents and respective institutions. And one of the areas of equity that the NCC brought to this board was a proposal to extend the grant and aid benefit that mirrored that of faculty and professional staff. Specifically, that all persons could enroll in a state-supported course at any NSHE institution. As we brought this proposal to the Chancellor and the Cabinet, there was great enthusiasm. However, in order to accomplish this, we were informed and learned that this would need to be accomplished through collective bargaining efforts. The NSHE classified staff have a unique perspective within higher education. We're considered both NSHE and state Nevada employees. We now understand that to accomplish equity among staff at all institutions, we would benefit by voicing our needs through organized efforts in accordance with labor relations unit and representation. This year, the NCC board learned more about the process through guests and on behalf of NSHE through bringing in guests. Therefore, one of our last objectives for this term is to assemble a collective bargaining task force of individuals to dedicate their time and talent towards achieving a common goal. I lost my spot. I'm sorry. So the second goal of this fiscal year was to finalize the NCC bylaws in accordance with the specifications suggested by the General Counsel and the NSHE General Counsel. The NCC has worked tirelessly and made great strides this year. The major accomplished and long anticipated milestone can be celebrated not only by current board members, but of the members who came before us and previous members. And we are excited to say that the NSHE Classified Council bylaws have been fully executed, and a great thank you to Chancellor Charlton, Carrie Parker, and Eric Gillen for their support and assistance in this great milestone. We are now preparing to welcome the incoming NCC board members as each institution completes their election and appointment process for the fiscal year 25. We thank each respective institutions for allowing each of the classified members to serve on the NSHE Classified Council, and we have appreciated the collaboration shared with all of our current board members, which are Nevada State University President Helen Corbello, representing College of Southern Nevada, Vice President Chantel Owens-Rogers, representing Nevada State University, Secretary Stacy Wallace, representing Truckee Meadows Community College, Executive Member at Large, Jeffrey Metcalf, representing Great Basin College, Sergeant at Arms, Llewellyn Monte, and representing University of Nevada, Las Vegas, Communications Officer Dina Wilson. Once again, thank you so much for the opportunity to represent the NSHE Classified Council and to have the Classified Council from all the institutions.
Thank you so much for that report. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, we will move on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next item is Chair of the Council of Faculty Senate Chair's report.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, Regents, Chancellor Charlton, and Presidents. For the record, my name is Peter Reed. I have the privilege of serving as the Faculty Senate Chair at the University of Nevada, Reno, and I'm also honored to serve as the Chair of the NSHE Council of Senate Chairs. Collectively, the Faculty Senate Chairs are the formal body representing all faculty across the system in shared governance. As we wrap up our terms served in the 2023-24 year, and the incoming chairs begin to take on more of a role, we would like to use our time today to reflect on this past year, including the challenges we addressed together and our many collective accomplishments. Before I get into our reflections, however, I would like to take a minute to welcome each of the incoming Senate chairs from across the system, some of whom are here with us today and some who are unable to join us. At the College of Southern Nevada, Patrick Villa will be succeeded by Valerie Connor. At the Desert Research Institute, J.D. Lancaster will be succeeded by Maureen McCarthy. At Great Basin College, David Sexton will continue into another term as Senate Chair. At Nevada State University, Molly Apple will be succeeded by David Cooper. At the System Administration and System Computing Services, Ed Boog will be succeeded by Glenn Heath. At Truckee Meadows Community College, Rick Bullis will be succeeded by Ginger Doe. At the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, Bill Robinson will be succeeded by Deborah Artiega. At the University of Nevada, Reno, I will be succeeded by Aaron Hill, who played the amazing sax anthem earlier. And last, alphabetically, but certainly not least in our hearts, Western Nevada College, Rochelle Basson has been succeeded by Martin Schmidt, who is already serving in his role as Senate Chair. We want to congratulate and welcome the incoming Senate chairs and wish them the best in the year ahead. We're comfortable handing the reins to such an accomplished and exciting group of leaders, and we have every confidence that they will continue the proactive, collaborative, system-wide advocacy that NSHE faculty expect. Over the past year, your Council of Senate Chairs worked very effectively together, engaging on a wide range of important issues to find productive ways to ensure the faculty system-wide have their perspectives heard and highlighted. While we may not have always agreed, we did always find a way to engage in meaningful, respectful dialogue with an eye toward working together productively to share our common ideas in every forum. And I hope I speak for the group when I say that we had fun while doing good work, and friendships were formed through our shared effort and experiences. There are many ways to highlight our work from this past year, and I think the right approach for today is to make note of the 4 public statements that we developed and released together as your Council of Senate Chairs. These included a statement defending our commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, supporting all members of our academic community, a statement highlighting the importance of protecting free speech and academic freedom, a statement promoting campus safety and doing whatever is necessary to avoid a repeat of the tragedy at UNLV on December 6th, and a statement encouraging respectful and inclusive language in all settings to avoid diminishing the value and identity of any NSHE community member. I think you'll recognize a theme across these statements. It is a theme that demonstrates a strong desire by NSHE faculty to promote quality of life and well-being for each individual within our entire learning community. Through each of these public statements, there are important points about how we strive for our colleges and universities to stand as beacons of respectful, open, creative, diverse, and safe physical and social environments where all people feel welcome and supported as active participants in community while they learn, work, and play. These points reinforce our deeply held values as educators. Given the fundamental nature of these points, in alignment with our values, we believe each of these statements will remain relevant as we move into the new academic year, and we recognize that they will require vigilance and effort to sustain in the years to come. Nevada is an independent-minded state, and we gain much from the strengths of Nevada's amazing individuals. Yet, we also learn from our vulnerabilities, as no person functions in isolation. Rather, we need the support and encouragement of others. Individuals can only thrive in their own unique ways when we recognize the need for and honor the role of an interdependent community of people built on acceptance and respect for the backgrounds, present contributions, and dreams of the future held by each of our community members. This is exactly the message conveyed through the public statements that we have released this year. Individuals succeed and thrive when we work together with respect and mutual support. I would now like to turn to some institution-specific highlights provided to me by each of the Senate chairs across the system. From the College of Southern Nevada, Senate Chair Patrick Villa, CSN faculty are relieved that the board has started a transition plan for our president. We look forward to working with Dr. Kibler as he begins this July. We excitedly await the formation of the process to find our next permanent president. The CSN Faculty Senate leadership has been working very cohesively this past year and are ready to transition the leadership from Chair Villa to Chair Valerie Connor and Chair-elect Tracy Sherman. We anticipate the CSN faculty will continue their effectiveness in representing all our faculty in all matters. From the Desert Research Institute Senate Chair, J.D. Lancaster, we completed a comprehensive change to our faculty bylaws that, upon final approval, will open pathways for faculty advancement, especially for our early career scientists. Through these changes, we also increased the capacity for qualified technologists to advance into administrative faculty positions and put new faculty support systems in place. DRI's faculty, faculty senate, technologists, and senior leadership worked collaboratively and closely with each other to complete these changes in the spirit of true shared governance. From Great Basin College Senate Chair David Sexton, similar to our colleagues at CSN, GBC faculty are excited to work with our interim president, Amber Donnelly, as she launches her leadership role. Thankfully, Dr. Donnelly has assured a new inclusive management style. Last year, the GBC Faculty Senate cultured some of the strongest committee teams assembled in a while, and we look forward to a new era of efficient, effective, collaborative governance. From Nevada State University Senate Chair Molly Apple, Nevada State's Faculty Senate has been helping review and enhance the institution's shared governance and policy development structures to improve engagement with both academic and administrative faculty expertise. They've also hosted conversations with regents, worked on policies to enhance credit for prior learning and other workforce development opportunities, and passed curricular enhancements for students, such as an applied statistics minor and a more streamlined core curriculum. From System Administration, System Computing Services, Senate Chair Ed Boog, Chair Boog wants to let you know that in consultation with the NSHE Research Affairs Council on your request to make SA, SCS, and community college faculty eligible to apply for the Regents Researchers Award. Based on the feedback from RAC members, they're putting further work on hold, at least for the upcoming cycle. From Truckee Meadows Community College, Senate Chair Rick Bullis, TMCC reports that we changed our bylaws to include the administrative faculty chair to the executive board and the joint executive board. We also developed stronger representation for part-time faculty members and worked on improving a better incentive program for long-serving faculty. From the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, Senate Chair Bill Robinson, UNLV reports that in addition to their concerns with physical safety, mental health, and their day-to-day work of teaching, research, and service, the faculty at UNLV are working to revise the campus workload policy, incorporate artificial intelligence in both their work and campus policy, and build a more consistent and accountable policy framework on campus. At the University of Nevada, Reno, I can report that our university has worked on various challenging situations this year, ranging from budget planning and policy development to leadership searches and many more. Through each of these important activities, we've worked together and worked collaboratively. We relied on our strong institutional commitment to shared governance, a commitment consistently demonstrated by President Brian Sandoval. Through numerous frequent interactions between faculty, senate, and campus leaders, we have nurtured respectful and productive opportunities for dialogue and collaboration. As Aaron Hill steps into his role as our Senate Chair, I can confidently state that shared governance at our university is and will remain alive and well. For Western Nevada College, Senate Chair Martin Schmidt, who recently took over the role from Rochelle Bassin, shares that he is excited to collaborate with everyone. During his tenure, he aims to enhance communication pathways between the Senate and the broader faculty to better advocate for their needs. Additionally, he believes their focus should shift towards integrating artificial intelligence in coming years, and he shares that we need to explore how to incorporate AI into classrooms and develop new assessment strategies, all in a manner that enriches the learning experience while preventing its misuse of AI technology. As I conclude, I would like to share my immense gratitude for the opportunity to serve in this role. I have personally learned a great deal, formed new relationships, made friends, and represented the views of faculty across NSHE to the best of my ability. I thank my fellow Senate chairs, regents, chancellor, presidents, and most of all, the faculty, staff, and students of NSHE. And I encourage each one of you to remain engaged, productively and positively collaborate with each other to promote belonging and quality of life for all within our community, and very importantly, embrace and lean on the expertise and wisdom of faculty through shared governance when confronting difficult decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. Next, we will go to Chancellor's report. Chancellor Charlton.
Thank you and good evening. I think we did determine it's evening. Chair Carvalho, Vice Chair Downs, Regents, and Presidents. I want to first thank you for the opportunity today to provide this brief report to the board and to all of you here. As our institutions and our system wrapped up the spring 2024 semester, collectively, the institutions graduated nearly 14,000 students throughout all of NSHE. Congratulations to all the presidents and to the faculty and staff that made that happen for our students. I also want to extend my appreciation specifically to the presidents for the opportunity to celebrate with you. From the tradition of your institutions, the faculty leading the procession with your amazing maces, some very customly made that no one could touch. Sorry, Karin, I'm going to single you out. To watching high school students that graduated from your community colleges prior to them getting to walk in their respective high schools. To the president, sharing your graduating class profiles, the individual stories of student success, and for one specific president that walks the crowd with the students, gets specific students' stories and shares them at commencement was really fantastic. The participation of the Regents in particular was also appreciated as we traveled the state from one corner to the other to get to celebrate with all of the students and their families and their friends. There are several activities that are underway, which I feel is important to highlight because it will be a little bit of time before we're together again, of some activities that are happening very closely in the coming weeks and months. As we had shared with you, the Department of Education has new Title IX regulations, which are effective on August 1st. Our NSHE System Administration HR, the General Counsel's Office, and all the Title IX officers throughout the state are working diligently to evaluate those changes and to bring policy implications forward to the board to adopt prior to the implementation on August 1st. The Department of Labor has also established new overtime regulations, which will take place on July 1st. Next week, we will have an opportunity to present to the Interim Finance Committee and get support for our Native American fee waiver, which has been wildly successful because of the work of our institutions and our appreciation to the legislature. And also on July the 20th, or June the 20th, we'll be providing presentations to the Interim Committee on Education as they continue their interim work. And then also, as I shared with you just a couple weeks ago, we continue our work on the Higher Education Funding Committee, and I want to thank the business officers as they will be taking on the heavy lift with Vice Chancellor Vitone. I also want to pledge my commitment to the board to continue and increase communication with all of the regents. The engagement throughout the system with our presidents, our faculty, staff, and students. We are committed to advancing the important and difficult discussion to address both challenges and opportunities throughout the system. I also wanted to just make a note. I know that President Zaragoza is enjoying some time off, but do want to wish him a very wonderful retirement, and he's not going to escape us that easy. We are going to find an opportunity to have him join us and recognize him in his retirement. And now I'm going to ask for a little bit of help, and we would like to take a few moments and celebrate you, President Helens, and thank you for your amazing service to the Nevada system of higher education, to all of those in the service region of Great Basin, and for your decades commitment and your dedication to higher education throughout the country. Thank you so much for all that you have done. And now I'm going to ask President Hilgerson to provide some words. Microphone.
The light was on. Anyway, Karen Hilgerson for the record. And first of all, congratulations, President Sandoval. I'm very happy for you, and I'm happy for the university, and I'm looking forward to continuing a great partnership. So congrats. Now I want to turn to President Helens. And I think you will all appreciate that a poem can actually save quite a bit of time, which also gets us to the cocktail party. So Joyce, I wrote you a poem, and I hope you like it. Howdy, Podna, I said to President Joyce 7 summers ago. She tipped her hat and gave me a wink in the way that stoic cowboys show. It's been a long trail, some parts up, some parts down, fast and slow. Beyond the fences to well-lit pathways, for the cowboys in training we know and love so well. It's been a hell of a ride, Joyce said to me, here at GBC, out here in rural frontier Nevada, the place where the mountains don't meet the sea. But the mines are deep, filled with silver and gold, and only God knows what else, and Cowboy Joyce aims to find out, with or without God's help. And she headed out at first light, perched upon her mule, her gingham prairie dress, old oiled boots, a few tools, a napkin with bread, a can of pork and beans, all the things that tough cowboys need. She took her trusty rifle too, just for fun, sharpening those target skills while blinking at the setting sun. And it only took a semester or two with partners all around to forge the new Mining Center of Excellence, where student success abounds. And there is so much more that Cowboy Joyce achieved on her incredible trail. Too much to say in one cowboy poem, and the trail ain't over. If you think it is, you are a fool. But Cowboy Joyce may take a little rest, bunk down with the setting sun, or play a tambourine and sing a tune with a few close friends, maybe a regent or two, or not. I hope I'm there by that fire with Cowboy Joyce, getting me some more mentoring or singing those famous words from Roy and Dale. Happy trails to you until we meet again. Happy trails to you. Keep smiling until then. Who cares about the clouds when we're together? Just sing a song and bring the sunny weather. Happy trails to you till we meet again. With gratitude.
Thank you, President Hilgersum, for that wonderful poem. Very creative. Thank you. And I agree. Gratitude for our presidents, and at this time, especially for our retiring presidents, President Helens and President Z, if you're listening, thank you so much for your years of service to NSHE. We really do appreciate what you've done for your students and your communities. Thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you, everyone. You know, the college, Great Basin College, our motto is, we're the gold standard in the silver state. And a regent asked me, where did I get that? Well, I was talking to someone when I first came, and it was not a person who was not at the college, but in a community, and he said, you know, I think I need to tell you, you know what your problem is? I thought, oh gosh, I just got here. He said, you have a gold standard, but this is the silver state. Maybe you shouldn't expect so much. And I went right back to the college and told them, and I said, you know what? We're the gold standard in the silver state. And we said we're going to work from there because we knew all of the things that we were doing were gold standard. It's the faculty and the staff. It's the administrators. It's really everyone. I've just been honored to be able to be there with them. So thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. In an effort to move on, and nobody really wants to hear me at this point, I'm going to move on to item number 10, consent items. So these will be considered together and acted on in one motion unless an item is removed to be considered separately by the board.
So moved for
Regent
approval.
Perkins?
Oh, wow. That was like everybody. I think I heard Vice Chair Downs, and I'm not sure who, and Regent Perkins for a
I'll
second.
second it.
Okay, I've got Vice Chair Downs and Regent Perkins. Thank you. Any other questions or comments, discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Chair, I would like to just record that I abstained from this item because I was on it, so.
Thank
You
you.
could put me down as an abstention.
Thank you. I didn't say that, but I appreciate that. Thank you, Regent Goodman. Motion passes. We will move on to item number 11, Office of Indigenous Relations, UNR. President Sandoval.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board. I'd like to respectfully introduce Daphne M. Hooper again. I previously introduced her when she gave the land acknowledgement and asked her to come forward. Thank you.
Good evening. So again, my name is Daphne Hooper. I am the Director of Indigenous Relations, and I'm just going to provide an update of our office. So after the work of many people throughout the campus and the community identifying the needs to address the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act, or NAGPRA, and the need to develop relationships with the tribal communities, President Sandoval established the Director of Indigenous Relations and the NAGBRA Program Manager positions. Our office was established in 2022, and we have established a mission to build strong community connections, provide funding and resources, and create supportive and culturally inclusive environments for Indigenous students, faculty, and the communities. Within our office, we have the director position. Roshan Downs is our NAGPRA liaison and program manager, and Sequoia Pollard is our manager of Indigenous Relations. Our team is incredible and has worked really hard over the past 2 years to establish our office and develop a vision to move things forward. The office focuses on many different areas, which we will discuss a little bit, including the Native American fee waiver, recruitment, retention, tribal engagement, tribal consultation, NAGPRA, and training. So with the fee waiver, as you know, it was amended in 2023 to include enrolled members and descendants of all 574 federally recognized tribes. UNR has done an incredible job developing a team and a process to successfully move the fee waiver forward. With the coordination of admissions and records, financial aid, the cashier's office, and our office, it has been key to make this successful. Our team includes Sequoia Pollard, Don Ashleman, Trevor Franklin, Marissa Moran, and Becca Ogden. The number for the fee waivers have increased significantly over the past year. For 2022, there were 92 fee waivers for the entire year. There were 162 fee waivers in the fall and 162 fee waivers in the spring of the 23-24 academic year. We had 10 PhD students this last semester, 35 graduate students, and UNR Medical School had the first student to use the fee waiver for a professional degree. 20 fee waiver students graduated this spring, and we have over 60 new applications going into the fall 2024 semester. Last year, we had 42 different federally recognized tribes represented, and going into the upcoming year, we have 53 federally recognized tribes. However, most of the students are coming from Nevada tribes.
Daphne, can I just interrupt for just a moment?
Yes.
Do you have control of the slides or does SCS? Because we're not seeing them go
They're
through.
just pictures.
Okay.
So,
okay,
for the sake of time, if we just go through.
That's fine too. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't missing anything from you. Thank you.
You're welcome. So for recruitment, we've established the Native Lead program, which stands for Learn, Empower, Achieve, and Dream. It's a 1-week immersive experience where high school students live in residence halls on campus and explore college life. LEAD provides an opportunity for Indigenous students to prepare for college and learn how to navigate the academic, social, financial, and cultural aspects and opportunities in higher education. Throughout the week, the students experience multiple subject areas, including business, cultural resources, STEM, and many more, and help with their decision when considering higher education. We are in the process of establishing tribal academies in partnership with Andrew Toby, who is the coordinator of the Embry Tribal Academy on our campus. We are working on establishing tribal academies throughout the university. This program is funded through the National Institutes of Health and provides intensive mentoring, weekly check-ins, tutoring, guidance, and support. This program is limited currently in the biomedical fields and has a 96% success rate. The model will be used to expand the efforts throughout the university as funding becomes available. In fact, the model is currently being used to develop a program in partnership with the Orvis School of Nursing. Thanks to collaborative efforts with Dean Cameron Duncan and his staff, funding was secured to develop the Tribal Academy and the School of Nursing. Julie Sawyer is doing a tremendous job developing the program. The fee waiver provides a mechanism to identify students majoring in pre-nursing. The goal is to have these academies in every college throughout the campus. We also are working on a mural project, which is in the slide deck that's been floating all day. It is important for students, potential students, and the community to feel a sense of belonging on campus. As part of the sesquicentennial, a mural project with the Indigenous focus is moving forward. With the efforts of a selection committee made up of faculty, students, and staff, and input from the community, an artist was selected. The project is scheduled to start next week and will be completed by July. The mural will be located on the Ansari Business Building just east of the Pennington Student Achievement Center, right in the heart of campus. We will be scheduling an unveiling in the early parts of the fall semester. Each year, UNR has an annual powwow. In partnership with the Multicultural Center, a committee was made up of students, faculty, and alumni who are organizing the powwow, which will be held on August 24th on the University Quad. This is a great opportunity to share with our university share our university with the Native communities, as well as share our Native culture with the university community. The event will be held the Saturday after Nevada Fit and the weekend before the fall semester begins, so please join us. During Nevada Fit, we will also be hosting a welcome reception for Native students, their families, faculty, and alumni. This past year, we had the first Tribal Summit. The focus of our office has been to establish relationships with Nevada's tribal communities. This created an opportunity for the tribal leaders to speak with the president and learn more about programs, research, and happenings at the university and how we might work better together. This year, Governor Lombardo was also in attendance. This will be an annual event that provides an opportunity to share information and develop further relationships with the tribal nations. In 2020, the Nevada Tribal Leadership Development Program was launched. This first cohort was very successful and included 25 people from communities throughout the state. Unfortunately, with COVID, the program was halted and was unable to continue the following year. Our office, in partnership with the College of Business, will be relaunching the program in the upcoming year. Another area our office focuses on is training. We work to coordinate with tribes and provide training and programs that assist them in meeting their priorities. The university has done a great job conducting community assessments, strategic planning, governance and leadership, economic development, and workforce development plans and training for those communities. Internally, we are also working with college units across campus to better work with tribal communities and assist with connection and coordination. We will review proposals to ensure it's in the best interest of the tribes and assist with introductions and helping the university navigate tribal processes, as well as helping tribes to navigate the university processes. We also provide Tribes 101 training to many units across the campus. Tribal consultation is also a big area to focus on. So tribes must be consulted on any programs, projects, research, or ideas. This includes meaningful consultation, one in which there is an honest conversation about the scope of the project and the needs of the tribal communities. Our office is available to review proposals, make introductions, and share information with tribes, and be a resource for the units on campus as well as the tribes. We have worked with many units across the campus, including the medical school, and helping the tribes identify providers that they might need. We worked with public health to identify areas of research and support and program development. The School of Business has been instrumental in helping us develop plans and programs with the tribes. We've worked to develop internships. We work closely with DEETR. There's several water projects going on throughout the state and through the university. The final area I'd like to talk to you about is NAGPRA. So the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act was passed in 1990 to resolve the disposition of Native American cultural items and human remains under the control of federal agencies and institutions. The university has established the NAGPRA program manager position to work towards compliance with the federal regulations and to repatriate ancestors and cultural items. An amendment to the NAGPRA regulations was passed this past December, which requires repatriation efforts to be prioritized. The amended regulations require that any collections, exhibitions of human items, cultural items, or sacred items need free and prior consent. Roshann Downs is our program manager, and she's done a phenomenal job coordinating these efforts. The university has provided us space to centralize the collections, and our obligation is to the tribes and to make sure that we are repatriating full, complete collections in transparent consultation with the tribes. These are human remains. They're our ancestors and our people, and we must make sure we are doing it appropriately. Thank you, Chair Carvalho and Chancellor Charlton, for visiting our space, and we welcome anyone else who would like to come and learn. We're happy to take you on a tour, so just let us know. In closing, I just want to thank our partners throughout the university that are so willing to collaborate, and I would especially like to acknowledge Sequoia and Roshann in our office. They work very hard every day to build programs and resources that benefit our community as well as the university. So with that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Daphne. I would also like to say thank you to you, Sequoia and Roshann, for allowing me the time to be in that space with you all. So thank you for that. I'll open it up now for any questions from Regents. Yes, Regent Ariscotta.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Daphne. Since the onset of the Office of Indigenous Relations in 2022, how many students did you have? How many Indigenous students were attending the University of Nevada, Reno? Broad number? Roughly.
What, before we were established or since we've been established?
Since the establishment.
Okay, so again, it's a little hard to measure, but when we first started, there were about 92 students who used the fee waiver originally for the entire year. Since then, we've had 162 each semester, and then going into this upcoming year, we have over 60 new applications for additional students. So we'll probably read upwards of 200 this coming fall.
That's exactly the number I was looking for. Out of those 200 in the fall, you're going to have approximately 200 waiver students. Will there also be an increase in the federally recognized tribes? Do you feel that it's going to be above 42?
So going into the upcoming semester, we've actually hit about 53. I think it's important to note that in order for students to attend the university as a member of a federally recognized state outside of the state of Nevada, they are required to be a resident of the state of Nevada. So it doesn't apply to anybody in any tribe across the country. They still have to be a resident of the state.
What I think is appropriate, what I feel is necessary, is to put a spotlight on what you're doing and the success that the University of Nevada, Reno, in addition to the fee waivers, are providing not just the students here on this campus, but throughout the entire state of Nevada.
Correct.
It's providing underrepresented students the opportunity to garner an education, to earn an education, and to be productive members. Join the workforce, become an educator, get into education. It's fantastic. Please continue what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, thank you so much for your work and your presentation today.
Thank you.
Really do appreciate it. We will move on to item number 12, agreement for gift of art and deed of gift to City of Fallon. President Sandoval.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Board of Regents, Chancellor. For the record, Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, Reno. This agenda item is an interesting Nevada story. I present this item to the board due to the unique circumstances under which the university came into possession of this John Mason sculpture and the desire of the City of Fallon to see the sculpture returned. Recently appraised at $450,000, the Desert Cross sculpture is a 1963-64 work of art by Fallon artist John Mason, who passed away in 2019. The university believes Mr. Mason originally donated the Desert Cross to the Fallon Library in 1964 in honor of the City of Fallon's centennial celebrations. Actually saw the Desert Cross in Fallon as a child when I lived in Fallon, so this brought back some memories. So in approximately 1979, the Fallon Library transferred the Desert Cross to the university at no cost. Thereafter, the Desert Cross was held and displayed as part of the university's Shepherd Galleries, now the Lilly Museum, although the piece was never formally accessioned into the collection. In approximately 2005-2006, the university loaned the Desert Cross to the then newly opened Oates Park Art Center in Fallon. The Desert Cross remained at the Art Center until approximately May of 2023, when it was returned to the university following a dismantling of a collection of artwork by the Art Center. Very soon after the sculpture was returned to the university, the city of Fallon requested that it be returned. We believe that it was the artist's intent that the Desert Cross be held and displayed in the city of Fallon. For that reason, earlier this year, February 9th, 2024 to be exact, the university entered into a short-term loan agreement with the city of Fallon. Under the agreement, the university agreed to loan the Desert Cross to the city of Fallon for a period of 2 years for display at the Oak Park Art Center in Fallon. The university now desires, with your approval, to convey ownership of the Desert Cross to the city of Fallon. The proposed gift is made on express conditions subject to the reversion to the university that the city of Fallon maintain and preserve the sculpture according to museum quality standards, grant the university a right of first refusal to reacquire it at no cost if the city of Fallon desires to sell or dispose of the sculpture, and 3, obtain university consent if the city of Fallon desires to sell or transfer to anyone other than the university. If the agreement of the gift of art is approved, the loan agreement shall be deemed null and void. With us today is the mayor of the city of Fallon. If I could, with your permission, Madam Chair, invite Mayor Ken Tedford to say a few words.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Honorable Board of Regents, Chancellor. I am Ken Tedford, last name spelled T-E-D-F-O-R-D, and I am the mayor of the city of Fallon. On behalf of the citizens of Fallon, I'm here today speaking in support of this proposed gift of John Mason's Desert Cross to the city of Fallon. John Mason grew up in Fallon and was a graduate of Churchill County High School. I'm reminded of his ties to Fallon every time I drive by Mason Road that's near Hazen when I come to Reno. The Desert Cross was originally given, I think, to the city of Fallon, but there's a quibble whether it was at the library, but it was placed at the library and was on display there for an entire generation of this community to see as a reflection of this region and the genius of its creator, Mr. Mason, and a sense of unbound potential. Further, the piece reminds us never to limit the potential for great artists and great art to come from an unsuspected place, like a little town in Fallon. The piece should never have been removed from Fallon, but unfortunately and sadly, it has been returned and given the pride and place on display in the Oates Park Art Center, where it originally was given a place when an Oates Park Art Center was created. I assure you that it will remain on display, respected, and available to the public in perpetuity. I have with me a picture of the original display that Governor or President, Sandoval referred to in the library where it was placed, that Mr. Mason is standing with his sister and family members, former Senator Virgil Ghetto, his wife Barbara, who was his sister, and his niece Andrea Ghetto, who also provided you written comment, along with John Mason's wife Vernita, who is in support of this action. I personally want to thank University President Mr. Sandoval for his support in bringing John Mason's Desert Cross back to the community for which it originally was intended for this short time. And I additionally want to thank this body for your consideration of this subject, because it's important to our town. And I trust you will approve this action today because it means a lot to us. So thank you very much. I'll take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mayor Tedford. Regent Cruz Crawford.
Can you pass around the picture?
Sure.
Thank you.
I like to have 12 of them,
Oh.
but my staff has it.
At this time, I will entertain a motion for approval of the agreement for gift of art and deed of gift conveying ownership of the Desert Cross sculpture by artist John Mason to the city of Fallon and to authorize the chancellor to execute said agreements.
So moved.
So I have a motion. I have a motion from Vice Chair Downs and a second from Regent McMichael. Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mayor Tedford.
Thank you all. Appreciate it very much.
And thank you for your patience in sitting through this long meeting.
I know how these go, so thank you.
We appreciate it. Okay, unless there are any objections, what I would like to do is take items 14, 15, and 16 together. And I didn't give President Whitfield a warning in advance, so I hope that off the cuff you can kind of put those all together at once.
Can we do a motion for approval, or he does want to speak about all of them? Go ahead.
President Whitfield.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. And for the record, Keith Whitfield from President of UNLV. Let me see if I can pull these together. Each one of these is something we visit occasionally. It's about adjusting tuition, and it's for the Boyd School of Law, the 14, 15. Did you want to include 16 in that as well, which was the School of Medicine?
Yes,
14, 15?
14, 15, and 16.
So for the Boyd School of Law, the UNLV School of Dental Medicine, and the Kirk-Kerkorian School of Medicine. So first, for number 14, which is for the Boyd School of Law, we're requesting approval for the 25-26 and 26-27 biennium tuition and fees for the Boyd School of Law, which reflects an approximate 5.2% increase in both fiscal years. This increase means that additional funding will be available for student scholarships, student success, as well as program activities such as experiential learning and skill building. For number 15, which is for the School of Dental Medicine, it's for the same time period, the 25-26 and 26-27 biennium tuition and fees, and it reflects approximate 5% increase for each one of those fiscal years. This increase will lessen the financial burden that dental school bears for the cost of living adjustment, both last year's and this year's upcoming one. The operational funds were to fund salary increases from COLA, and the dental school has enacted austerity measures to sustain its fiscal health. And so that's that one. And then for the third one, which is for the UNLV School of Medicine, similar to the previous two, the time period is the same. The increase reflects an increase in tuition of 3% for each of the fiscal years. And with this increase, the School of Medicine will still be highly affordable, will be a highly affordable option in the western region of higher education. And this increase is unchanged from previous biennium increases. The increase in fees will also return to the students through student affairs services and school-based scholarships. And with that, I offer that for your consideration.
Thank you, President Whitfield. Regent Prager.
If there's no comments or questions, I would make a motion for 14, 15, and 16, but Regent Goodman wants to speak. So I would make that motion and then.
Okay, so I'll take the motion from Regent Prager, and is there a second?
I'll second that.
And then I have a second from Vice Chair Downs. Regent Goodman.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a point here. So we have this 5.2% increase in tuition and fees for the Boyd School of Law, which I can understand is necessary. But I can also understand that a basis for a student of law is to be ethical and honest. And I just want to say that I disagree with the fact that we have an unethical and dishonest person receiving one of those scholarships. I'm wondering what the students who are going to pay the extra 5.2% and a cumulative 10.4% over the biennium would think about funding someone who had no problem being deceitful, dishonest, and unethical and ruining a UNLV graduation speech.
Thank you for that comment. I don't see any response. So we will move on with the vote. So I have, yes, Regent Baker.
I guess what I would like to know is if there's going to be I'm happy to take that one separate if that's going to make a difference for how anybody would want to vote. I can do 14 and, or not 14, but yeah, 14 and 16. No, 14 and, I'm sorry, I got it mixed up. It's been a long day. It would be 15 and 16 and take 14 separate if that helps.
Okay,
I
it
just
sounds like
wanted-
Regent Goodman doesn't have a problem with that.
Okay, I just wanted to offer that in
No,
case.
I appreciate your offer. Okay, so at this time, we will take a vote for the increase in fees for the Boyd School of Law, the Dental Medicine School, and the Kirk-Kerkorian School of Medicine at UNLV. So all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Procedures and Guidelines Manual Revision for the 25 through 27 tuition and fees, University of Nevada, Reno School of Medicine. President Sandoval.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Board of Regents, Chancellor. For the record, Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, Reno. With regard to agenda item number 17, very similar to what you just approved in agenda item 16, it would be a 3% per year for each year of the 2025-27 biennium, an inflationary increase. Did you say 18 as well, Madam Chair?
I felt that those were different enough that we would take those
okay.
separately.
So Dean Houtman is here to answer any specific questions, but we would respectfully request your favorable consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, President Sandoval. Regent Breger.
I would make a motion to approve item number 17.
Second.
Thank you. So I have a motion from Regent Breger and a second from Regent Arascata. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you. Item number 18, Procedures and Guidelines Manual Revision Differential Program Fees for Nursing at the University of Nevada, Reno. President Sandoval.
Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, for the record, Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada, Reno. Madam Chair, you are correct. This one is slightly different. It is a requested increase in the differential fee at the School of Nursing. That fee has not been increased since 2014, and the expenses associated with providing the quality of education that we need have simply not kept up. The costs haven't kept up with what we're collecting. So this is to increase that. It would bring it in line with other NSHE institutions. And Interim Dean Duncan is here if you have any specific questions.
Thank you. Regent Breger.
I would make a motion for approval of item number 19.
Thank you.
18, excuse me.
Second.
18,
Regent
yes.
Breger and I are.
Regent, yes. Motion from Regent Breger and a second from Regent Arascata. Any other discussion?
Quick discussion.
Yes, please go ahead.
Under the briefing paper, I want to compliment I want to compliment school nursing, Orva School Nursing, and Dean Duncan. The impetus why is well stated. It's very succinct, and it proves justification of why this needs to be done. School nursing for Orvis has been ranked and it continues to rank. And if I remember correctly, Dean Duncan with a shake of the head, #1 in the entire where? Nation. Exactly. Thank you, Dean Duncan. Congratulations, and I am very 100% in approval of this.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you'd like to add any comments, you're welcome to.
I would just reiterate, Cameron Duncan for the record, I'd like to reiterate what President Sandoval said. The differential fees were instituted in 2014 and haven't been adjusted since then. And that revenue source funds 18 faculty positions and 2 staff positions. And so without an adjustment and an increase in forward thinking moving forward, that revenue account would be depleted and we wouldn't be able to be a great nursing school in the state, but across the country.
Thank you. So at this time, I will call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 19, Procedures and Guidelines Manual Revision, Student Health Insurance Fees. For this, we will go to CFO Vitone.
Thank you, Chair Carvalho, Chris Fatone, NSHE CFO. Item 19 is the annual adjustment to the student health insurance rates. And in this case, there's also a request in here from UNLV for the health services fee and mental health fee for the upcoming academic year. And in that case, for those 2 fees, they're actually requesting a fee structure that's similar to your predictable pricing model. So they've outlined 4 years worth of fees in this item for those 2 fees as well. I know you normally receive your fee items in December. These health items, the insurance premiums are adjusted annually in this time period. That's why these are on a different cycle than what you normally get in December. So these are all here on a normal cycle for this upcoming fall.
Thank you, CFO Vitone. Any questions? Yes, Vice Chair Downs.
So I was advised to read the statement. My daughter doesn't fall under this insurance, but just because she's a student. So pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, I hereby disclose I'm a parent of a student attending UNR in the fall of 2024. Because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation, I will vote on this matter.
Can I share your computer really quick? Because apparently I need to do the same. So as a disclosure as well, pursuant to Chapter 281A, I hereby disclose that I am a parent of a student attending UNLV in the fall of 2024. Because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation, I will vote on this matter. Thank you. Regent Breaker.
A motion for approval on item number 20.
Thank you.
Second. 19.
Motion by Regent Breaker.
It was item 19.
19, yes.
To correct it, 19.
Yes.
Still second.
And then second by Regent Ariscata. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
That motion carries as well. Thank you. Item number 20, Procedures and Guidelines Manual Revision, Distribution of Student Registration Fees, Academic Years 2025 through 2026 and 2026 through 2027. Chief Financial Officer, Chris Fatone.
Again, thank you, Chair. Chris Fatone, NSHE CFO. The item here is to request your approval of the campus's distribution of their registration fees for the FY26, FY27 years, the next biennium that's part of your state operating budget that you'll be receiving a presentation on tomorrow and then coming back in August for your approval. These are presented biannually as part of the state operating budget cycle, and we present them today for your approval so we can build them into the revenue projections for that budget process. So and I pause there.
Thank you, Mr. Fatone. Are there any questions? Vice Chair Downs.
Okay. Can I read this on behalf of someone else? Pursuant to NRS Chapter 281A, I hereby disclose I am the parent of a student attending UNR in the fall of 2024 because the independence of judgment of a reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation. I will vote on this matter.
Council, can we say stuff like, this is on behalf of Regent Cruz Crawford, Regent Downs, and Chair Carvalho, or does that have to be read independently?
I think that's reasonable to collectively do that if it's the same exact disclosure for the
Okay.
same exact reason.
Okay, so this was on behalf of myself, and are you okay? And Chair Carvalho, for item number 20, pursuant to NRS Chapter 281, I hereby disclose that we are the parents of a student attending UNR NSHE in the fall of 2024. Because of the independence of judgment or reasonable person would not be materially affected by my situation, we will vote on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Breaker?
I make a motion, if there's no comments or questions other than the ones that were given, approval for item number 20.
Thank you for that motion. Is there a second?
Discussion?
Since we have a motion on the table, we need to have a second first.
I'll second.
So I have,
Second.
I'll take the second from Vice Chair Downs. I'm sorry, Regent McMichael, you came in just a little bit too late on that. Regent Ariscotta.
Just out of curiosity, if this was discussed with the student governments and the Nevada Student Alliance, if there's conversations with each of them at each campus.
Regent Ariscotta, Chris Fatone, I would actually have to ask the campuses if they went through a process like that. In this case, these fees, just for to clarify, these are fees that were already established. So the registration fee, the actual rates are not affected by this item. This item is just addressing the distribution of the rates. So what percentages, what portion is going into the state operating budget, student access, activities and programs, general improvement fee, capital improvement fee. And again, your policy specifies a percentage that has to be committed to access. The campus rates all follow that policy. And in most cases, the fees were placed into or allocated to the state-supported operating budget in this cycle's adjustment. So this item is not increasing fees for the campuses. It's simply indicating the distribution of the registration fee.
Okay, with the students, was any of this discussed with any of the students, with any of the Nevada, any of the student governments? Was anything discussed with them? Because I know that this is in there and it's in the policy, but in the briefing paper, it's lacking any sort of description, at least for me, of the clarity of this. So just wanted to make sure that if there's going to be proper communication and if it's going to be a student registration fee, students should be knowing about it. If we have this in our manual and our P&G, is it clear to them also?
For the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor, Regent Ariscotta. On many of these, it may just be UNR may have a difference, but this is actually represents also the 5% that was included, that was passed by this board, and actually the student government was a part of that, and the student leaders were a part of that fee increase with the contingent that we provided the funding for access as noted.
So the students have been discussed with this, correct?
Yes, they were part of the committee.
Answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Ariscotta. Just a follow-up question. So this information came from each of the institutions. This wasn't driven by system staff, right?
Chair Carvalho, Chris Fatone, yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, I will go to Regent Goodman.
Thank you. I think it's important to note that, at least I can speak for myself, that I'm not taking these student fees lightly. We did hear from representatives of all of the students when we had to do those significant COLA increases that somehow this money had to be made up in some space. And so I just want to put on the record that I'm taking that into consideration as I'm voting for these COLAs as I'm voting for these fee increases, because we did hear from all of those representatives when we gave that significant cumulative 23% COLA increase.
Thank you. Any other discussion? So we have a motion and a second on the table. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those,
Aye.
those opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. So before we go to item number 21, which is the Chief Internal Auditor search, because the charter changed in the committee this morning, what I would like to do is approve that committee's report today before we go on to item number 21, so that the board has approved that charter change. So with that, I believe the chair's report was sent out to all of the regents. I would ask if there are any questions or comments from anyone on the board regarding this item at this time.
Chair,
Yes, please. Regent Goodman.
can you clarify the change that was made in the charter? Can someone give us that, just?
Sure, I can do that, or the chair
Sure.
of that committee. Regent Arascata, would you like to weigh in on that, or would you like me to do
Pulling it
that?
up right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
So one of the items that we did on the handbook revision was the interim chief internal auditor. Lauren Tripp gave a brief overview of why the internal audit department and the committee, I apologize. Why the internal audit department charter was being reviewed and reminded the committee of the January 25 deadline to be compliant with the new IIA standards. Interim chief internal auditor Tripp compared the current charter versus the proposed charter, focusing on major changes such as administrative reporting line. And the administrative reporting line was the main issue. That's pretty much what it was.
I can expand upon that also. I
Please
can
do.
read what, I apologize for just throwing this out there. We just have to go through this process in order to start the search. On the audit compliance in Title IX, I got it right here, thank you. Audit compliance in Title IX committee report, handbook revision, internal audit department charter, which was item number 8. Interim Chief Internal Auditor Tripp gave a brief overview of why the Internal Audit Department Charter was being reviewed and reminded the committee of the January 2025 deadline to be compliant with the new IIA standards, ICIA, which is the Interim Chief Internal Auditor Tripp, compared the current charter versus the proposed charter, focusing on major changes such as the administrative reporting line. Discussion was held with the committee, including questions and comments from Chair Scotta, Vice Chair Cruz Crawford, Regent Del Carlo, Regent Boylan, Regent Breger, and Board Chair Carvalho. There was support for the charter and being proactive for the January 2025 deadline, along with some thoughts that the charter should be postponed for a future meeting. The committee recommended approval of the revised charter as presented. And that's just item number 8 of the full report. I'm sorry, what's that? You may be able to. Oh, I don't know. I'm sorry. Are there any questions or comments regarding that, approving that report? So instead of coming before the board tomorrow with the other committee reports, we're approving that chair's report today. Just that one.
Motion for approval.
Thank you, Regent Arascata. So there's a motion to approve the audit compliance in Title IX committee report by Regent Arascata and a second from Regent McMichael. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, and I apologize for the throwing that out there at you. Item number 21, Chief Internal Auditor Search. So this item is a joint request by me and Committee Chair Ariscotta to request approval to commence a search for the Chief Internal Auditor to be jointly conducted by the Chair of the Board of Regents and the members of the Audit Compliance and Title IX Committee pursuant to the handbook, Title IV, Chapter 9.A, Section 4.
Chair, if I may.
Motion to approve.
Chris Nielsen for the record. I just want to point out, just to go over the new Section 4, which really speaks to the search. I just wanted to point out the new charter language, which was just approved. Essentially says the board sets the requirements for the position. So if there is a search, there will have to be another meeting to set the requirements. Just a reminder. Say that again, please. I said, so that under the new rule, it's my understanding that under the new charter rules just approved, the board sets the requirements for this particular position so that if and when there's a search, which I believe that you're considering under agenda item 21 right now, there'll have to be another meeting to set those requirements. Or your other option would be to delegate those requirements for the position. So really two options there under this new rule.
Delegate those to whom? The committee or?
To the search committee.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So Regent McMichael, I heard that you made a motion. Are you okay with that additional language that Mr. Nielsen indicated?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. So I have a motion from Regent McMichael to commence the search for the Chief Internal Auditor, given the new charter language.
And I'm sorry, Chair, and it's part of the motion then to delegate those requirements to the committee itself?
Okay, so we can incorporate that into the motion, and Regent McMichael, you are okay with that? I just want to clarify.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Regent Breger. So I have a motion from Regent McMichael and a second from Regent Breger. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. All right, so we will move on to item number 40, which is the the election of officers. So in accordance with the bylaws of the Board of Regents, the board will conduct an election of officers. This election will be for a one-year term commencing July 1st, 2024, and ending June 30th, 2025. The chair election will be done first, followed by the vice chair election. Nominations will be accepted from the floor and do not require a second. After all nominations are received, I will ask for a roll call vote where each regent will be asked to state the name of the person they are voting for. I will now open the floor for nominations for chair.
Amy? Oh,
Yes,
sorry.
Regent Breger.
I would like to, and we have to do them separate? Okay, I'll make a motion for Chair Carvello to stay for another year. That would be my motion.
Thank you. So Regent Breger nominated Regent Carvalho. Are there any additional nominations for chair? Seeing and hearing none, I will now close nominations for the chair. Carrie, please take a roll call vote.
Regent Tarkanian.
Nope, she's not.
You're muted, Regent Tarkanian.
Regent Tarkanian, we're unable to hear you right now.
Carvella, yes.
Thank you. We did hear you that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Ariscotta.
Chair Carvalho.
Regent Boylan. Absent. Regent Breger.
Yes.
Regent Brooks.
Yes.
Regent Brown. Regent Brown, are you on the line? Okay, Chair Carvalho.
Carvalho.
Regent Cruz Crawford.
Carvalho.
Regent Del Carlo is absent. Vice Chair Downs.
Carvalho.
Regent Goodman.
Carvalho.
Regent McMichael.
Carvello,
Regent Perkins. Chair Carvalho, you have received the required 7 votes and then some.
Thank you. I do appreciate the support. And I look forward to continuing in this role. Thank you. I will now open the floor to nominations for vice chair. Regent Breger.
Yes, I'm just on. I would like to make a motion that Regent Downs retains the vice chair position.
Thank you. So
Thank you.
Regent Breger nominated Regent Downs. Are there any additional nominations for vice chair? Hearing and seeing none, I declare that the nominations are now closed. Carrie, please take a roll call vote.
Regent Ariscotta,
Downs.
Regent Boylan, absent. Regent Breger,
Downs.
Regent Brooks,
Downs.
Regent Brown, absent. Chair Carvalho,
Downs.
Regent Cruz Crawford,
Downs.
Regent Del Carlo, absent. Vice Chair Downs,
Downs.
Regent Goodman,
Downs.
Regent McMichael,
Downs,
Regent Perkins is absent, and Regent Tarkanian. Regent Tarkanian, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Downs.
Thank you. Congratulations, Vice Chair.
Thank you. I've enjoyed this past 6 months. I look forward to the next year.
Thank you. Okay, now we are on to public comment, last item of the day. So at this time, I will ask for public comment from the meeting sites first. Is there any public comment at GBC? I'm hearing none at this time, so I will move on to public comment in the system office in Las Vegas.
There is no public comment in Las Vegas.
Thank you. Is there any public comment here at the University of Nevada, Reno? Seeing none, I will ask SES, is there any public comment on the phone?
There's none at this time.
Thank you. So with that, I will recess the meeting until tomorrow at 8 a.m. And just a reminder, there is a reception right down the hall in the great room. Thank you.